Hello, YouTube as well. Good evening, Math. How are we all doing today? There's a lot of stuff. Don't think we know. I didn't shadow upload it. I literally announced that it was happening yesterday, and in a post on YouTube. Like, hold up a sec. I have fully, I fully announced it in multiple places that we're getting VODs every single day. That we are not every single weekday, except for like Christmas Day and New Year's Day for the next. And then, like, we're gonna get things every day through February. So, if this is your first time hearing about this because you're a Twitch viewer, we have a YouTube channel. And I'm going to start actually, like, trying to get content on the YouTube channel specifically, and exclusively, little kind of summaries of my thoughts on the games we're playing live on Twitch. But we're also getting all of the VODs that, okay, not all of the VODs. Some of the VODs from a, like, year and a half of me forgetting to upload them to Twitch, or from Twitch to YouTube. So we're getting Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. We're getting Eric's Home, The Stolen Dream. We're getting the one-off of Case of the Golden Idol. And we're getting Kingdom Come Deliverance, and we're getting Assassin's Creed Shadows. Are all getting uploaded to YouTube because I have all the VODs for all of those. Most everything else I forgot to download at least one of the VODs for. So, oops. But yeah, days, typically it will align with days I am not live on the internet. You are getting recordings of past me. Now, some of those are like over a year old, so sometimes it's very past me. But hey, that's fine. That's not a big deal. It's a good time though. I'm super glad to be able to get those up. And oh boy, how did you all tolerate the indie VODs? I mean, I know I was on point for those. I really enjoyed those, but holy crap, it's a slideshow out there. I didn't realize just how bad. So anyone who doesn't know, I literally upgraded my graphics card after playing Indiana Jones because I was like, this can't continue. This fully cannot continue being like this. So, oops. Thank you to Maraxa for helping me to accomplish that. But yeah, oops. I didn't remember it being quite that bad. But anyway, welcome on in, everyone. We are skipping today's history hour, because we've got a lot of crap to get done. Like, I did a lot of map exploration, grinding, clearing out, Mongol checkpoints, off stream in order to get ready. But, like, let me be very clear. There's a lot happening. There's a lot to do. By the way, could someone do me a favor? If you're right now, there's no one on the YouTube side, but someone could hop over there. Just make sure that the music track is not playing over there. That would be cool and appreciated. I'm pretty sure I've got it set up right, but no one specified. And so we can't have it, otherwise I'm going to immediately get copyright claimed. So if someone would be able to hop over there and make sure that there's nothing playing, that would be cool. On YouTube, no music. Amazing. So good to... I appreciate that. I wish I could get the music, but YouTube is way more aggressive on the copyright claims than than Twitch is. And so even when we're fine, it likes to say we're not. So, Space Nerd, thank you for that. I super appreciate it. Okay, so we shall not take the time to ramble and do all sorts of stuff, because you all got my rambles yesterday. But there will be plenty more to ramble about in the future times. Like, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be back as normal with history hours and lots of rambling. I figure at least one of those is probably going to be yet another let's complain about AI sort of thing. But we will see. Winter! Winter! You know you sneeze after you go into there. Why did you try and jump on top of my background screen? Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Come over here. Come over here. No? Do you realize that this is definitely a trap? Kitty crimes. Yes. I don't know how many of the merps are you able to hear. Uh Sir. Sir, how do you know every time? He knows every time that I intend to scoop him and show him off because he is the preciousest boy. But no, right? He's completely obsessed with this string, except for when I'm waving with him as the intent to be bait for a scoop. Yeah, you. Don't think you can escape. Hi. Yes. Oh. Stinky. Hi, Stinky. Wave to the camera. Well, okay. He's also very far away and not that loud. So he needs a bath. I'll need to give him that this week. I'm sure that'll go well for literally everybody. Trust. Trust me, I'm sure it'll be fine. Uh. So, having now shown off the boy, let's hop straight on in. So we will leave the Final Fantasy IX remixes at the door, and we'll head over here, and voila. Welcome back in to this. If you notice, we have I made a lot of progress. Like we went fully from oh wow, look at how much there is left to do to yeah, we basically have done everything except the quests. We have gotten, as far as I can tell, all of the Fox Dens. We have gotten, as far as I can tell, all of the shrines. As far as I can tell, all of the everything else. If you bite that, I swear to God. I mean, I don't even need it because it's fully charged, but like, meh, there you go. And we have done the oh so important thing of gotten lots and lots of Mongol artifacts to react to. So we'll just start off today with looking at how they're all doing. Soldier supplies. Nomadic Mongol tribes only travel with what is immediately needed, a practice aided by their ability to live largely off the land. Beyond the weapons necessary for conquest, Mongol soldiers often travel packed with sundries like fishhooks and other tools useful for maintaining a varied and flexible diet. Again, I must insist, as I insist every single time, while this is certainly true for the Mongol expansion period, I have severe doubts for how true this is for the Mongol invasions of Japan in 1274. Because they don't seem to be intending to stay for a very long time. Also, they're, like, how to say this? They're traveling by boat, the army is at least 1/3 Korean. Uh, and yeah, yeah. So I'm sure they're planning to be nomadic on the time. Oh yeah, also we're on a teeny tiny island. Um, the capture card isn't capturing any audio, is it? Why is it not capturing any audio? Is it just obscenely quiet? Also, we're lagging. Incredible. Incredible news all around for all of us. My internet, why? Why are you doing this to me? I understand it's cold outside, but this is not an excuse. Okay, why are we not capturing anything? That's so That's so strange. Chat, are you hearing music? Because we should be hearing music. I am hearing music. But as far as I can tell, don't eat the plastic. As far as I can tell, OBS is not picking up any audio on this capture card. Okay, refreshing, it did nothing. Oh no, it just doesn't like how quiet that is. Cool. It doesn't like that there's ambient noise instead of blaring blow out your eardrums noise. Okay, as long as it's just that, that's fine, I guess. And we seem to have recovered in the interim from whatever that was, whatever the audio was. Okay, Winter. Okay, Winter. Is this what you want to do? Is this what you want to do? Oh, oh. Look at this go. Look at you go. I thought I got all the zoomies out, but clearly I was wrong. Well. Okay. So where were we? Soldier supplies. Right. I'm trying to look up here. So let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's probably important. Yeah, this is wiki crutching, but the time frame here is based on Stephen Turnbull's work, which is pretty good. Going to be a pretty good synthesis of information. So, by the way, this entire thing took work or took from November 2nd to November 13th. Just and then they on November 19th, 1274, they attack Hakata Bay, managed to sack a lot of Hakata, and then get driven out over the next few days. So, like, by the time we're done, it's not going to be 6th November because that date clearly is wrong. But like by November 20th or so, the invasion is completely done. So this whole thing, by the way, is taking less than a month. And they're I don't think they're expecting it to only take a month, but they're clearly, I don't think there's any evidence to support the claim that the Mongols are actually setting up for a very long invasion. Because the point is not for them to actually conquer. The point is them to force the Bakufu to recognize their superiority. And so just an overwhelming show of strength is sufficient. And if it gets that bad, like once you establish your foothold, you can always send a ship back. Like, it's not... As long as you have control of Tsushima, Iki, and Kyushu, crossing from Koryo to Kyushu is not difficult. And so you can resupply there as needed using, Chinese systems of bureaucracy. I feel like we're really underselling the extent to which the Mongol invasions of Japan in 1274 is the northern Chinese dynasty attacking Japan. The spear. Cheaper and easier to produce than other weapons, spears and lances become the weapon of choice for lower-class soldiers and new recruits. Providing ample utility as a ranged weapon for foot soldiers, mounted shock cavalry are also able to wield lances, sometimes tipped with hooks and snares to great effect while charging. So this is a goofy weapon. They took a real Chinese weapon, and then they added an axe head to it. Why did they do this? Remains to be seen. But they did. Now, again, we have plenty of depictions of what some of these would have worked. Right. Plenty of evidence for how they were armed and what they were up to. And we know what their spears looked like. And they're just diamond-pointed spears. Mongolian coins. Those are Arabic. That's the Shahada, isn't it? Genghis Khan authorized the use of paper currency near the end of his reign, but many areas of the empire continue to use coins for investment and trade. Under Monka Khan, a universal measure for currency based on the suka, or silver ingot, was implemented. Foreign subjects of the empire are still allowed to mint coins of the denominations and weights they traditionally use. Hang on, real quick. I need to just look at that, make sure that I am correct that that is the Shahada. I'm like 90% sure that is. Maybe it's not. I mean, well, I should say the Shahada these days is written so elaborately. But there's not the Ayn in the center there. Right, so the Shahada, for anyone who doesn't know, is in Arabic saying, right, there is no God but God and Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. It's pretty common for that to be printed on Islamic coins throughout the Umayyad and Abbasid periods. So I'm not at all surprised to see Arabic script on these Mongolian coins. I just wish we had actually seen recognition that is that these are derived from Persian models, and so that is most likely Arabic. You do see Arabic, by the way, printed on coins all over the place outside of the Islamic world. I say Arabic very loosely. You have random squiggles that happen to superficially look like Arabic. Minted on coins as far away as England in the early Middle Ages. An ovu, a feature of Mongol folk religious practice. Why? Huh? What? Okay. In other places, we have just said religious or mythology or shamanistic. practices. And now we're introducing the concept of folk religion? Hold up a sec. Chat. Did. I'm not okay. I wasn't expecting to have to attempt to define folk religion versus just religion versus folklore versus. God. Chat, do I need to explain? Or is it enough to simply acknowledge that this is causing me great suffering? Y'all tell me. How your crimes do in winter? I don't think I've had enough caffeine for this early into stream. Anyone? Cool. So just the very quick thing. Um, they seem to be trying to define this as sort of a unorganized, community-based, bottom-up, religious practice, as opposed to an organized religion, which is more hierarchical and very top-down. It doesn't make sense to me to use that in terms of to talk about Tengrism. It doesn't seem reasonable to me. Right? You could make some sort of argument that says by the 1270s, the Mongol elite has largely adopted Buddhism and Confucian ideals as methods of legitimizing their rule, particularly in Yuan China. This has not percolated down into the rank and file of the Mongol populace, who are continuing to follow their community traditions with all of the variations and individuated spirits that accompany that. One could make that argument. I wouldn't even hate that argument. I think that's well within the realms of the historical evidence. I don't think that's the argument they're making, though. I think they just are using terms that imply a distinction without necessarily wanting to elaborate on them. And it bodes dangerously for the DLC. The sort of lackadaisical use of considered shamanism versus folk religion versus mythology that we've seen in these entries bodes very interestingly for the DLC. We'll just leave it at that. A culture. Initially a kind of levy imposed by Mongol rulers on the flocks and herds of their semi-nomadic subjects, Kupchur has become the basis of taxation throughout the Mongol Empire. Under this system, Mongols in the military campaign are not paid, but are instead required to make payments. This practice motivates the plunder of conquered areas so that troops earn enough for themselves while meeting the demands of their superiors. This is pretty common. The specific system will vary, but the idea that, hi, we the state are not paying you, you will have to earn your upkeep through looting conquered areas, pretty common. Hwacha. As the Mongol Empire has expanded, it has drawn across the military and engineering expertise of conquered regions across the Asian continent. One example of this is the Hwacha, a siege weapon first developed in Goryeo. The Hwacha is a mobile cart capable of shooting dozens or even hundreds of arrows in a single volley with a range of up to several hundred feet. Also, it doesn't exist yet. So shoutouts to time-traveling Mongols. The Mongol Empire is just so cool that they perfected time travel. GG, go next. Firelance. The fire lance first appeared as a small gunpowder pyrotechnic device attached to a spear in order to shock opponents at the start of melee engagements. With successive advances of the past 300 to 400 years, the pyrotechnic device has become more powerful. Current fire lances dispense with the spear tip, instead discharging flame, debris, and pellets at a range of about 10 feet. You want to know what they don't have? 3 simulcast barrels. Can you imagine the knockback on one of these? A Mahakala mask. Revered in Buddhism as a guardian deity, Mahakala is depicted in many forms, though most often as an imposing presence with a black face, 3 eyes, and a crown of 5 skulls. Believed to represent the transmutation of the negative afflictions, the 5 kleshas, into the 5 wisdoms. Mahakala's incorporation into Mongolian shamanistic rituals is just one example of the impact Tibetan Buddhism has had on the nomadic tribes of the Asian steppes. Also, just the adoption of Buddhism. The Hwasha's most prominent historical attestation, for those who don't know, is during the Imjin War, i.e. that time Hideyoshi decided to invade Korea. Yeah. So the Hwasha sees its most prominent use in the end of the 1500s, but is also developed sometime in the back half of the 1300s. And that's neat. Anyway. Monkey. Okay, what? There's something like right out. It must be up here. Records! There we go. Yeah, so, as a reward for getting all of the bamboo strikes, we were able to transform into a monkey. And I think this is superior. Hello, Raven. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's mine. It's not mine. Chat, mine's in August. We're very far away from that. Have a lovely birthday. What's up? Man, this place is gonna be stinky. Well, disease and starvation can be solved with the strategic application of blades to the rich. I'm just saying. Whose quest are we starting off with? We are starting off with a random world quest. So we are in a dying village. Which seems to be their specialized trade, is making, I'm sure they'll be nice eventually. Dark red, or purple, or green blue, or some color, fabric. And everyone's like, hey, they're acting super sauce. And so they're, well, we're trying to figure out why they're acting sus, because it's weird for them to refuse the judicial application of war crimes. You know? It's not normal. Everyone just loves war crimes so much. Well, how about I go investigate the full thing of smoke? You know? That seems like a great starting point. But yes, our plan for today is that we are going to go through, and we are going to... Oh, it's just a random brazier. Well then. What are words? We are going to try and clear off all the side quests, and then we're going to try and clear off the main story. And then, with a little bit of luck, we will actually just finish the game. So that way, next weekend, we can try and do all of the DLC. And have a great time with it. And see some truly spectacular takes. And I'll be able to spend the whole week, like, just trying to read up on Tengrism, so that I can be sad about it appropriately. Doesn't that sound fun and exciting? Okay, if there is something to investigate here, I'm certainly not finding it. That's a lot of blood. I think I found it. No? We're not going to count that as discovering something. Really? Really? Really, video game? We're not going to count that as discovering something? Like... Hello? Why is there a man in that liquid? I don't know. When the quest actually lets me, investigate anything and find people and actually go, hey, what the heck? I will let you know. But currently, it is not registering any of those as things. And that's an interesting experience for me in particular. Like, what level of sus do you need? Like, hello? Sure. Okay, this is, honestly, this is like the first time that I've been like, hey, game, your quest design has really not aligned with my player behavior at all. The man in the liquid. The blood soaked literally everywhere. Well, that's gross. Gonna steal their supplies, though. Alright. So, Ata, is there something you want to tell us? No. Everything's normal. Don't worry about it. Yeah. You know, illness. Stabbing is an illness, right? Stabbing, fatal case, right? It's like fatal plot disease, except with more knives. Steel poisoning. I have a feeling this is going to be very sad, given that it's a lot of the men were killed and a lot of the women were taken away. I think this is going to suck real bad.
百姓の家に逃げ込んだな。猛虎だ。さらわれた者は無事だろうか。
Hello? Where are you going, bro? How bizarre. Now, see, all these guys suffered, a different sort of poisoning. That guy suffered steel poisoning. Most of those guys suffered arrow poisoning. The symptoms are very similar, but slightly different.
村の男どもは私らを猛虎に差し出したんです。
男のムクロがあったぞ。
ソータから守ってくれたものです。私らはここで暮らします。ですが何とぞ奴らに裁きを。
I see.
任せておけ。あやつらめ見過ごしてはおけぬぞ。
They shouldn't have done that. So, rest in peace the steel dyeing industry. Because, yeah, no, not happening. Like, the entire town's gone. R.I.P. They'd be metal tipped.
一体何事でしょうか。
お主測った
な。何のことでしょ
う。村の女からすべて聞いたぞ。
戦う術を知らぬ身です。従うしかありません。
お主、それでも人か。皆もそうだ。
どうかお慈悲を。すべて私の案。罰は私一人に。
よし、心得たぞ。
俺が何をした。
ダメだ。そうだ。己らも佐護から消えろ。戻ればソータに合わせてやるぞ。行け。助けてくれ。
これは何があったのです。
猛虎にさらわれた女は助けたぞ。百姓の家に隠れておる。お主も行け。
そうさせていただきます。
Oh no, we actually did our job? Hey, by the way, this is like the first quest where we actually have done our job. Fun fact. This actually, in a rare change of events, just checks out as how that would work. So, in this period, right, as a representative of the local lord, technically, the more proper thing to do would be that we should haul him in front of our uncle. But, you know, we're not exactly on speaking terms, and our uncle is incredibly lazy. So, rather than worrying about that, we, instead took matters very slightly into our own hands, and found a grave injustice, in this case, enslavement, right? The selling of your kin group into enslavement. And identify those responsible. And then did something about it. Enacted proper retribution for that crime. In that case, doing a smidge of peasant murder. Doing an amuse-bouche of peasant murder. Just to wet the blade. And so, that's actually correct. That is how this is supposed to work. And it is odd that, we've not actually seen an example of what does protecting the peasants actually look like before this point. Because that's what our job actually is, right? Solving civil and criminal disputes by the power of the exertion of violence. And so we did. And that is good. When we're not composing poetry, and of course yelling at, when we're not composing poetry, getting into petty squabbles with our friends, and having random duels over perceived injustices instead of actual ones.
お祈りを。
我が先祖にな。これからする所業の許しを請うておった。
ご先祖は何と。
True.
声が聞こえぬ。
ご先祖にはできぬお務めゆえ、あえて黙っておいでなのでしょ
う。姉の居所が分かった。菊池家の古い砦だ。
ご出立を。
もう香を切らしてしまったからな。祈りをあげられぬ。
And so now we have moved from us doing our jobs to us doing the other half of our jobs, which is extremely petty family disputes that turned into lots of people getting killed.
よく見つかりましたね。
姉は池田殿の家に入ってな。菊池家の老頭であった。
近くの山のふもとに親方が。
姉はいつも自分の館を欲しがっておったな。
菊池家も菰田で滅んでおります。
姉は館を乗っ取ろうと企んでおるのだろう。
足立家を奪い損ねましたから。
話によると、ある一族が今日構えたらしい。家紋はあの文のものと。
姉君か。
今は館を流民の仮住まいにして、故郷を失う辛さがわかると申して。
誠でしょうか。
Do you think?
止めてやろう。
Do you think we could?
姉君が故郷を失ったとは。
結婚して家を出たに過ぎん。
池田殿は老頭では。
ああ。
なぜ妹のあなたが武家に嫁ぐことになられた。
幼き頃。
Yeah, that's a good question.
私は太刀を手に取り、姉は隠れた。族どもを片付けた後、足立殿率いる侍衆がやっと駆けつけてきたのだ。姉は一目で足立殿を気に入ったようだが、見初められたのは私の方。
嫉妬の末に裏切りに行き着いたのか。
昇進を癒してやりたくて、池田殿との結婚を後押しし、姉は北へ嫁いだ。
池田殿とはお知り合いでしたか。
前妻に先立たれたが、優しき男と評判であった。
優しさなどいくらでも取り繕えます。
何を申したい。
なぜ姉君は今になって復讐を企てたのかわからないのです。
これだけ分かっておればよい。
Yeah, Masako, I would suggest having a conversation first. And then we can have a duel. I see we're rocking the Takeda Shingen headpiece. That is the Takeda Shingen headpiece, isn't it? They're calling it Gosuku's helm, but it is just Takeda Shingen, isn't it? We could wear other headpieces. Like, I've got the power. We've got so many good kabutos, and then even more headbands, which are all very bad. So yeah, right. A little bit of the cultural nuance here, I think, gets lost in translation. But right, Masako has talked about, you know, samurai and then their retainer, the goal cannon.
親しい間ではなかったが、お互いを思いやっておった。公の場でも姉を見かければ挨拶を交わしていたぞ。まさかこれほど憎まれておるとも知らずにな。
Yikes.
あの日は親方にいらっしゃったのですね。
朝から館に来て、菰田からの知らせを待っておった。夫の安否に気をもみながらな。あの時初めて姉と分かり合えた気がした。
Oof.
私の孫のために土産を持ってきて懐かれていたの。最後を見届けに来たとも知らず、まんまと迎え入れてしまった。
足立家の嫁子らは賊と戦ったようですが。
戦ったのは私と嫁らで、姉は孫と馬屋に逃げた。その後、姉らしきムクロを見つけた。誰の顔かわからぬほどに潰されておったが、金色の帯で姉だと思い、一族の墓に埋めたのだ。
あなたが生き残ったことを知り、偽のムクロを作った知恵者です。
私を生かしたこと、悔やませてやる。
Yeah, that's tough. But yeah, in this period, right, a Golkenin does not have their own land. Not all samurai even have their own land, but, you know, a Golkenin really doesn't have their own land. And is sworn into service for a more prominent family group. And so, you know, they're basically subject to all the whims of what's going on. And are often denied, right, their ambition should be to perform such valiant military service that they are recognized by the Bakufu and then given their estates. Unfortunately, they're treated like garbage. So, in our boy Takazaki Suenaga, in his description of the 1281 Mongol invasions, he actually just lies to get on a boat in order to go stab some Mongols in their sleep. But, in order to do that, he says he has to go alone, thereby contradicting a promise he made to his Golkenin. And his Golkenin are actually really mad at him about this. Because they are, not only are they just being lied to, but they're being informed, right? They're being lied to, but they're also being denied their opportunity to perform good service and be recognized by the shogun.
花はどこにおる？
政子が来た。殺せ。
切り捨てろ。
On it! I'm cutting them down! Glad you did. There you go.
開けるぞ。
急がねば新手が来ます。
So, how we doing, peasants? Yeah, we just killed 3 samurai.
何をかくまっ
They shouldn't be samurai, though.
あれはただの隠れ身のさ。
Whoa, 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 whoa,
姉
whoa.
上、姿を見せろ。
殺せ。
どこにおる？
You got that one? We're being honorable. I need you to serve as a witness. I need you to serve as a witness for my uncle that we're changed our ways, okay?
人殺しに使えるのか。出てこい、臆病者。道場まで押し通れ。
次から次へと。
どうでもいい、皆殺しだ。
You got that one? It's not the suffering of the samurai. It's the suffering of the samurai's retainers. Okay, Masako. Masako, you're better than this. Masako, I know you're better than this. Nice trip. Masako, do you have it under control? Like, seriously. Thank you. We're not gonna kill you. Theoretically, how much will that rainbow armor cost? A lot.
花はどこだ？
山の上の館です。妹が会いに来たと伝えろ。
姉君を何といたす？
やられたことをやり返す。
ご家族であっても？
私の家族は死んだ。
Okay, but we are the Jito's nephew? Masako, I've got an idea. We are the Jito's nephew. Yeah, we're not in great graces with him right now, but we still have some, like, residual delegated authority to serve as, witness and executor of justice. So I propose you let, me kill her. And that's considered... And that will be better. Right?
たか政子。
姉上だと騙し、私に誰を埋めさせた。
猛虎に殺された百姓の女だ。泣いてやったか。
よくも全てを奪ってくれたな。
息子の嫁に孫だけ。それのどこが全てだ。足立の死は猛虎に奪われ、お前も殺し損ねた。だがやっと本当に全てを奪える。
Well,
殺せ。
ここは食い止めましょう。
助かる。切り殺せ。
政子殿。
Is there an upstairs? It's a beautiful estate, but like... No, it's just in here.
よくも息子の嫁を、幼い孫を、一族を殺してくれたな。
お前の所業に比べれば安いものよ。
私が何をした？
奪ったではないか。館から追い出し、心を寄せる男をさらい、飲んだくれを押し付け身も凍る知恵を送ったのはお前だ。永劫に続く苦しみを受けてもらうこの一族はお前には分かるまい。お前が押し付けた地獄だぞ。
いずれも私の咎ではない。
何を言う。知らぬふりをしておったくせに。殺しに来たのだろう。切りたければ切れ。苦しみが終わるのならば本望だ。
始末をつけるのは私ではない。己自身だ。
Oh!
お前も
Also,
地獄を味わえ。
also a good moment. I mean, not enough poetry, but otherwise a good moment.
笑い合って過ごした日々を心に浮かべようと努めたが、見えるのは姉の顔、それだけだ。これが生き地獄なのか。
いえ、仇を討ったではありませんか。ご一族のため、その命を懸けて、もう安らぎを求める時です。
I recommend retiring. Well, you can't retire to a monastery in the same way.
安らぎには通じぬ。
I do recommend retiring.
どこへ。
どこであろうな。このまま歩みを進めればわかるであろ
それは修羅の道です。
う。もう遅い。だがお前が呼ぶなら手を貸すぞ。
Guess that marriage wasn't as blissful as Moscow assumed. Yeah, correct. We're planning a road trip to the mainland. Yeah, we need to petition our cause to the Bakufu. Kamakura is supposed to be lovely this time of year. I deeply, deeply recommend having a little bit of a trip to Honshu instead of any of this. So is it? Oh. Upgrades. I have a feeling we're not going to do any of that, but like we can hope. It would be so much better for us if we petitioned our cause to the mainland instead of whatever we're about to do. Anyway, though, yeah, we should. That was, as I said, except for the poetry, or rather the lack of poetry, that was a really good moment. That was done really, really well. Down to the the ranking member of the rebellion of the family of whatever is not obligated or is not executed, but is instead coerced into committing seppuku as a way of sort of redeeming honor. It's very, very good. Imagine if the Emperor sent an actual armed force to help us instead of Jin soloing the entire Mongol horde. Well, he did send an entire actual armed force. So that's like half credit. Also, we're going to pretend it's not the Emperor, right? Or we're going to pretend it's the Emperor instead of the Shogun. And we're going to pretend it's the Shogun instead of the second advisor to the Shogun. So, yeah. Exactly! We're gonna pretend it's the Shogun instead of the Hojo family. Oh god.
もう一人の息子を
さらわれました。荷車を焼くなんてことを考えたのはその中太のはず。
生きておるはずだ。どっちへ行った？
橋の向こうへ。
We haven't talked a ton about how absolutely scuffed the shogunate actually is. Well, thank you for the Hail Hydrate. But I would like to emphasize how absolutely scuffed the administration actually is. Because we got two layers, right? All of their legitimacy is attached to the appointment of Minamoto no Yoritomo to the position of, say, Daishogun, right? The shogun for the or the chief general for the subjugation of barbarians. By the child emperor in 1192. And so, right, because this is an imperial appointment, right, the emperor, I believe it's the Emperor Go-Toba, that, appoints Yoritomo, and so, you know, the shogun needs to, re-accept the position from the emperor, whenever we get a new shogun. And so and they are acting on behalf of the emperor, and he gets to sign off on stuff. Totally, yep, don't... Why are you looking at the rebellion in the 1220s? Why are you looking at the rebellion in the 1220s? Stop looking at it. Stop looking at it. How dare you? This is a completely functional system where the emperor definitely has authority and doesn't need to resort to inciting a rebellion in order to actually exert any authority. What? No, how dare you say that? Additionally, though, it's not actually the Minamoto family no longer exists. Minamoto no Yoritomo's grandsons are killed as children in an inter-family civil war, and so they don't exist. And so we're actually relying on the legitimacy being Minamoto no Yoritomo's wife as being the source from whom all legitimacy for the Kamakura administration is derived. Oh, come on, really? Got him. Got him fast enough at that. One, two, three, four guys there. Come on. Really? There we go. Where's the dog? Wait. Oh, but I need a bigger bow for that. I need a bigger bow for that guy. Or I just go slaughter. Oh! Enemies nearby? Where? One guy through the door. Nope. Good fight, guys. Good fight. Man, if only Yoritomo hadn't murdered most of his brothers, maybe he had, like, some nephews or something. Look, Yoritomo was not about to make the same mistake as, Taira no Kiyomori did. If you're gonna kill somebody, right, if you're gonna decide that someone is your enemy, a former ally is your enemy, and you're gonna kill them, make sure you kill all of them. This will have no negative repercussions.
逃がしてやる。
So yes, the Emperor, right, the way this actually works is it is the Hojo clan.
俺を猛虎はどちらを生かすか迫り、父さんは迷わず玄太を選んだんです。
Oof.
玄太が殺されると分かると、俺を連れて行けと泣いて頼み、もう会えません。
Oof.
俺が玄太を巻き込んでしまったのが元凶なんですから。
父親には何と伝える？
俺はすでに死んでいたと。
Oof. Well, I mean, I guess that's one way to explore Sophie's choice. By having everyone suck. Like, I mean, it's not what I would do, but, like, fair play to you, game. Fair play. Can I go down, please? Anyway, are the Takeda a splinter group of the Minamoto? Fair enough. Look, if you expect me to keep track of, Japanese samurai family trees, no. Like, no disrespect intended to any of them, but no. Absolutely not. I refuse on principle. And I will just accept being wrong sometimes because of it. Huh. Neat. Yeah, I knew the Ashikaga did. I didn't know the Takeda did.
父親がおらぬ。何か手がかりはあるだろうか。
Right, because that's why, you know, so I guess to zoom ahead in time a little bit, in, what, about 100 years from the setting of this game, the Hojo clan is going to have become so dysfunctional, that they are no longer able to, effectively, manage their own administration. And so a revolt gets established by another descendant of the Minamoto, the Ashikaga. And the Ashikaga are able to overthrow the Hojo and establish a new shogunate. This shogunate works great and definitely doesn't dissolve into a civil war within a very small handful of people. Oof. Right? There was much rejoicing. Until it devolved into a bloody civil war, lasting over a century.
罪に耐えきれず命を絶ったのか。仲の良い家族だったであろうに。
Like, yeah. The speed run from Yippee, a new administration, into the Onion War. Like, that's tough, bro. So, yeah, we'll end up doing a more pure history talk for the Onion War and its whole shindig. I think we may have to do it kind of right after we finish this game, on the grounds that there isn't another piece of media to cover the 14th century. the amount of media that covers the Muromachi period, slim pickings. Very, very slim pickings. Like, I mean, you end up with your global sims, right? Your, you'll, Crusader Kings is. But, yeah. Does... Because, yeah, even something like Total War Shogun, doesn't actually, effectively cover the 15th century. CK3 does let you start political blogs where you go to tea parties and festivals all the time. I mean, huge. That's huge of them. I respect it immensely. But if you think I'm going to be playing Crusader Kings 3... like, no. Just on... Right? Firstly, I don't have approximately 72 hours in order to learn how to play CK3 well enough to actually do anything. And second, we've tried Crusader Kings on this channel multiple times. And the simple reality is, I have no evidence that y'all actually want me to play Crusader Kings. Literally every statistical measure for what do folks actually want to see from this channel says Crusader Kings ain't it. And that's fine, because I don't like playing Crusader Kings because I'm not good at it. And so we're not... If we eliminate that one... Do I...
猛虎の大義を解くそうだと試練の目が
猛虎の皇帝フビライを叩いております。典型に従いその意をお伝えすれば我らにも平穏が訪れるので、さあ皆さんその身を大元国に捧げるならばここでひざまずきなさい。
Sup? Flawless victory. Yeah, Shogun 2 only covers the period from the mid-16th century onwards. The first 70 years of the Sengoku period are kind of a ghost town. Exactly. So, right, the entire rise of the daimyo system, Ashigaru, I don't know, no theater? Things that become really important culturally and politically, in the next little while, for the Sengoku period. The entire emergence of all of those? Nah, we're not gonna get anything for that. So we'll just have to have more PowerPoints about it. And then we can get into all of our Sengoku games, and move, like, almost straight into Ghost of Yotei.
殺されるだけ。今は守り手の弟だけが頼りです。
ノリを知っておるのか。
戦自宅をしております。
Why are you... Huh?
失礼いたしましょう。
Monk, Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk, you were just proclaiming... I guess you were doing an under coercion of the Mongols standing right behind you, but you were just proclaiming Kublai Khan's peace. And then you get cursed with fate. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. Look, we've not touched the weebs on channel yet. And so I am actually unironically...
あなたを手本にしたと聞いています。 クロード様から学んだことをよく話していますよ。
Yeah, that's not... That sounds wrong. That sounds very suspicious. But yeah, right? I mean, I'm looking forward to Fate Samurai Remnant. We haven't touched the pain train that is Fate content on the channel in a very, very long time.
クロード様です。
And so I think it'll be a really good time for us. Also, this is totally a trap, right? Let's just be real. 100% chance that this is a, I mean, well, that guy has a Naginata, so he is actually a Sohei.
ノリオは港中におります。
Oh, wow.
この気を引け。
It's actually him.
両脇に送り込む。木を隠れ蓑にするのだ。
It's him. It's not a trap.
酒井様。皆の者、酒井様とお話をしてまいる。
What's up? I look like a monkey now. Don't worry about it.
よく来てくれました。こちらへ。
Yeah, talk to me, Norio. What are you doing? Bro! Why'd you close the door behind me?
奪い返すつもりらしいな。
稽古を積みました。十分なほど。
見知った顔がおったぞ。
赤島のものです。櫛寺にも使いを送りましたが、誰も来ておりません。
あんなことがあってはな。
櫛寺なしでも杉寺は奪えます。
I'm glad they're all able to pass through Castle Shimura. Or did you just send them around the side, like everyone else?
あやつらが戦えると思うか。
我らで事足ります。
ならばなぜ巻き込む。
They want to be involved.
おのおのが島中に話を広める希望の使いとなれます。それは我らではできぬこと。皆の力で勝たなければなりません。
いつ攻め入るのだ。
夜明けに仕掛けます。
Yeah, no, I'll be excited because we also we're gonna start having a lot more books and scholarship that we can draw on, and I think that'll be very fun as well. Let me. I mean, I don't love this. I don't love this outfit. But, hear me out, the fit goes crazy.
Kanetaの木はお仲間だけで取り戻したのですよね。心もとなく思いましたか。
策通りにことが運ぶかずっと不安であった。
兄や仲間がいなければ。
This is a weird reboot of Planet of the Apes. True.
そばにおるはずだ。
But right, so much of what we consider Japan, comes out of, or Japanese culture comes out of the Edo period, that I'm just really excited to be able to talk more in depth about all of these. Another good thing, by the way, this game does, the fact that we are actually saying, Amida Buddha. Right. A thing that, broadly, Assassin's Creed Shadows failed to do is actually have, like, main characters that are vocal about their beliefs. And so having the repeated proclamations in this game about the Amida Buddha.
ノリオ、クロード様、急ぎ駆けつけました。
It's good.
櫛寺が味方とは心強い。
杉寺と明石は櫛が一つにまとまりました。
山門から攻めるのか。
はい、その隙に両脇から敵を囲みます。
俺はどうする。
あなたは策に構わず思うままに戦ってください。
Great. I'm going in mid.
離れずについてきてくれ。今日死ぬ者は誰一人いない。たとえ倒れてもその名は永遠に語り継がれよう。
日和だ。
What? Dang it. Can be very useful for them over here. Oops. I hit Norio in the face instead. Where? Oh. What? No. Don't wear armor. I think everyone's dead. I think literally everyone is dead.
ここで暮らしていた時は兄も方針も住職も生きておりました。
Math, how are you supposed to know if that they're a monk if they're wearing armor? We follow D&D rules here.
何か盗まれていないか確かめなくては。さあ、こちらです。
Same braid. So let's see. Monk dead. Monk dead. Monk dead. Yeah, Kujidara... Kujidara seems to be, struggling today, but he just lost like half the temple. That's not great.
ノリオ、酒井様。
どうした？
この中に入ってはなりません。
何があるというのです。
Unfortunately, you weren't there when you first encountered this guy, so the whole warrior monks aren't a thing.
外側は無事のようですね。
Well, we still have time. Well, we still have time. Like, come on, hit us with the hot takes.
何も盗まれていないじゃないか。
There is blood.
ノリオ。
兄さん。
Ooh.
牢から連れて行かれた時、てっきり。
猛虎に全て教えれば、お前だけは逃がすと言われて。
俺は生きてるよ。傷一つない。
住職のことを言ってしまった。方針、櫛寺、赤島も
構うものか。
ずっと耐えてきた。会いたくてな。
Oh.
こんな姿で生きられない。
生きてくれ。
ノリを頼む。やれ。
Yeah.
酒井様、よろしいですか。
ああ。
Yeah. Man, I'm kind of glad they didn't try to animate the finger movements for the shakuhachi. Because, you can't... Video games struggle with instrument animations. Yeah, they do remove all face cosmetics in all cutscenes. It's a good choice.
ハーチという名だそうです。そいつが兄を生きたまま焼き、手足を切り落としました。
ハーチとやらは死んだのか。
まだ生きています。
ノリオ、兄君は守り手らしく勇ましく死んだ。
どこがです。ハーチの所在は私が突き止めます。その後手を貸してください。
いいだろ
う。雪が止んだら兄を弔います。
Oh. Hmm.
酒井様、いかがなさいました？
You have a quest for me, it looks like.
乗り
What's
を
up?
探しておる。どこだ？
炎上の位牌を墓へ持って行きました。南の山の上です。
探してみよう。助かった。
So... Okay. Yes. Yes. Math, I love the take. So... Obviously... Internecine violence, or sectarian violence, between temples and government forces definitely were things that happened. But we need to remember that we're talking about a pre-modern society without the delineation between secular and religious institutions in the way we imagine them today. Moreover, it's worth remembering, as worth saying louder, that the people who ran these monasteries, who collected taxes, raised armies, etc., were from the exact same families collecting taxes and raising armies in Shoin. In some cases, it's not even just the exact same family, it's the exact same person. Sometimes they make a very big point about, oh yeah, no, it's definitely totally 100% different. We have retired to a monastery, we are no longer concerned with worldly affairs. And other times they're like, nah, bro. I would like to shout out the retired Emperor Go Shirakawa for both being able to supplement his personal income through his estate and his personal income through his connections to the temple system. And using all of that to be the worst all of the time. So yes, that point is extremely well made, in that it is simultaneously true that there are people who have taken monastic oaths who are actively involved in political violence in this period, and sorry, I need to look at the sword. Thanks, I hate it. And that those people were probably, at least from families who specialized in political violence, or they're just the people who were doing political violence under a previous allegiance a little bit earlier. That is neither a contradiction nor an issue. Of course, there's people who served under arms and were employed by abbots, but were indistinct. Oh yeah. Also, there's people who are involved in monasteries who did not take monastic oaths. In fact, most people in and around a monastery, certainly by the 15th century, and frankly way earlier, are not Buddhist monks. They're just people living in the villages surrounding Enryakuji. And then there were rowdy monks who just fucking loved killing people. Yeah, you know. So it's complicated. Basically, the phenomenon that of who gets identified as a warrior monk, right, a sohei, is very, very, very loosey-goosey. And says more to do with their military affiliation than with any of their actual beliefs, piety, contradictions of terms, etc. Unfortunately, popular depictions of Benkei exist, and therefore we're now stuck with this aesthetic forever.
兄の援助は寺にこもるよりも山野で過ごすことを好みました。
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you doing, friend?
ハーチは見つかった。
Welcome on in.
この近くの砦にいます。
ノリオ、杉寺を束ねられるのはお主だけ。
考えたくありません。
敵討ちは僧の務めではないぞ。
そうである前に弟なのです。
な
Aw.
らば手を貸そう。
Don't.
一人で行くな。
Yes.
お望みなら。
The Shogun burned down more of Enryakuji than Nobunaga. Ghostface Plays, thank you for the follow just now. Welcome on in.
ハーチはどこだ。
小児砦に。
そやつで間違いないのだな。
ええ、探し出して慈悲を壊せます。聞く耳は持ちません。
Good.
もし
Let's.
立場が逆であれば、炎上は敵討ちを控えるように。
Yeah, well, luckily.
私が死に、兄が生きていたらということですか。その方が良かったのに。
Norio.
代わりに切ろう。杉寺へ戻る。
Now,
党に決めたことです。
yeah,
だ
let's.
が同じ鉄を踏むなよ。
あなたと同じ鉄。
Yes.
この戦で変わってしまった大勢の鉄だ。
その鉄ならすでに踏みました。
No, Norio, no, don't be like us. We're a bad idea. You just beat the main story and you gotta do the DLC? I'm hoping we're gonna finish the main story today. It depends entirely on how many cutscenes they insist on putting us through. But then I am very, very, excited might be the wrong word, because I've heard that there are some, takes TM about Mongol, belief systems that are not great. But I am excited to dig into it, and, hopefully be entertaining.
あなたに教わったことを生かしてハーチを追いました。
人相はわかるか。
その辺の猛虎と同じ人殺しの顔です。
機会は一度しかないぞ。
一目見ればわかります。
では見つけたら迷わず切り
Oh,
伏せろ。
we are going for the historically accurate samurai playstyle, which means a hybrid. So... Right, Ghostface? So, the samurai style that we get in this game is just, like, not a historically attested thing until very, very late. Like, we could argue...
ここから離れろ。
ノリオ。
腹が減ってるだけなんです。どうか命だけは。
Norio, chill.
ノリオ。ただの野党だ。
それでも今は許せなかったのです。少しは懲りたでしょう。
I can't argue with it, but...
進めば浄土に往生し、
Uh-huh.
引けば地獄に。
Let's get through the cutscene so Norio stops talking, and then I will summarize my playstyle.
兄がこの薙刀に刻んだ言葉です。櫛寺を賊どもの手から守った後に。
守り手になった時か。
Mongols also didn't, exactly do, mass brainwashing. You know, Zerks?
兄は最後にこうつぶやきました。間違っていたと。
何がだ。
わかりません。
And yet here we are. So,
言葉はない。苦痛の叫びだけだ。
休んでおいた方がいい。明日のために。
そうしましょう。
yeah, I'm expecting to run into a lot more of them, Raven. Okay. Maybe? Norio. But.
ノリオ。
But. Here we go again. So, to summarize the playstyle before we execute on the playstyle, right, we are drawing our description as to how should a samurai in the 13th century act from this book, which is a first-hand account of the Mongol invasions by Takazaki Suenaga, who is a fairly low-ranking samurai who actually created a description and picture scroll of his rendition of the events. And so the things that are okay: stabbing people while they sleep, lying prolifically, abandoning all of your friends to foolishly charge in alone, lying about your identity, archery, 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 and archery. Yeah. So we're playing like that, which means stealth archer build, 100% okay. Running around assassinating people, absolutely okay. Using smoke bombs if we have to. Using being forward thinking and embracing the way of the gun as best as we can. A-okay. Poison, no. Right, we're just not engaging with the poison or the goofy. I mean, we'll let's go with the goofy flaming sword once. We'll go.
ノリオが見かけた時は祈りが届いたと思ったのですが、
杉寺へ戻れ。あとは任せろ。
Go.
これは地獄のようなありさまだ。
True. Several invocations to the eye of the Buddha will fix this.
誰の所業だ。
ノリオです。
I'm gonna.
正気を失ったようで。
I also recommend, we may need more than just the Amida Buddha. Like, I believe in the faith of the Amida Buddha. Through him, all living things will be saved. But, like, maybe we should throw in some Lotus Sutras. Maybe we should just be all-inclusive on here.
燃えろ、その罪ごと燃えろ、人殺しめ。
Maybe we should, maybe we should add in some Lotus Sutras. Because we need every bit of help we can get here.
申したであろう。
クロードと同じことをしたのです。おかげでハーチは死にました。
We need to escalate this to the Buddha Buddha?
杉寺の山門はもう開き。
Siddhartha, yeah, you know, Siddhartha Gautama. Let's get you down here. We need all the help we can get.
火をつけた時、奴はまだ生きていました。私は叫び声を聞きながら喜びに包まれた。猛虎と同じです。
Yeah, but
もはやそうではない。
やすやすと諦めるな。この島は未練や叶わぬ約束ばかりだ。だが守らねばならん。お主は杉寺最後の僧兵であろう。
こんなことをしたんだ。かつての私には戻れません。
元に戻れとは言っておらん。お主が信じた道からそれず進んでほしい。
ありがとう、酒井様。
杉寺で待っておるぞ。
well, how about an extended vacation to the mainland? You clearly need it. Yeah. Let's send Norio to Enryakuji. The weather's nice though, right? You're so right. Nothing bad has ever happened to Enryakuji. Actually, I feel like in the 13th century, Enryakuji did okay for itself. I don't know this for 100%, but I don't remember reading about any times of it getting burned to a crisp. You know? So we will. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. We don't need to just do the math on how frequently Onryakuji got burned. I've also got a suggestion. If he's not comfortable being a Pure Land monk anymore, what if, and this is a hot take, what if we sent him to the Southern Song in order to learn about Tiantai from the Chinese monks over there? Nothing bad has ever happened to the Southern Song in the 1270s. Okay, I hear you that you want to talk. I respect it. Let me do some upgrades first. For anyone who doesn't know, one of the reasons why the first Mongol or the first Yuan dynasty attack on Japan happens in 1274 is that they just won a major military victory against the Southern Song. The Southern Song are going to continue to exist for a little while longer, but they're going to get conquered by the Yuan by the end of the century. So on the bright side, Noria will get to fight more Mongols. Just think about it. Okay. Ishikawa, what's up?
お主の年の頃、わしは次の長尾忠頼と言われておった。
先生ならば当然でしょう。
政治を抜かすな。腕がいいだけだ。
Is that humility from Ishikawa?
かつてわしは鍛錬に明け暮れ、家族を
That sounds fake.
なくてな。巴を後継ぎにしたかったが、あやつの所業は許せなかった。
お察しします。
わしは弓に生涯を捧げ、弓はわしの名を世に広めた。だが弓は所詮武具よ。
Is this regret from Ishikawa sensei?
よかった。
先生。
Sus.
わしのようになるな。クロードに飲まれてはならんぞ。
Oh. Okay, this is actually very heartfelt. I regret being snarky about this.
神館におる。猛虎を率いて名声を得ようと駆け回っておるわ。
ならば必ず捕らえましょう。
捕らえて始末をつけねばな。
One of my very few critiques of... Sorry, one of my very few critiques of this game is that every once in a while Jin seems a little bit too flexible. Right? Just in terms of, beautiful. No nuts. I love it. What the heck? Where's the funny archer hat? Sorry. Words. I got distracted by the funny archer hat. So, the... Oh, and Dartzerx, thank you for the 40 bits. I appreciate that a lot. God dang. Let me refresh. Hi, Brain? Brain, I'd love to have a heart-to-heart with you. Hold on to one thought. Okay? Just one. I'm begging you. I understand you, there's a lot of screens. But like, seriously, this is ridiculous. Okay, one of my complaints with this game is that Jin is a little bit... He's got a little bit of that RPG protagonist social chameleon vibe. You know, if you played a Persona game, you know this vibe extremely, extremely well. Right, where you are somehow all things to all people, and your own personality just gets completely rolled. And so, you know, he's very differential to, Ishikawa. Wait. And he's very, very not that to, Masako. And he's, very much like, hey, I don't love being the ghost here, I'm hoping to repair relations with my family, don't be like me, to Norio, and he's very like, hell yeah, I can make you worse, to Yuna. Right? Okay, but there's a shot in the back. No, there's something else in here to see. What? I literally don't see what I'm supposed. Oh, there, on the wall.
これは日本の矢、叔父上の兵か。犯人は島の者だ。おそらく集団。先生ならば話は別だが。
ご無礼をいたしました。
俺に忍び寄るのは進めんぞ。
ここの猛虎を殺した者のお仲間かと。その方は侍で年老いた弓取りでした。
石川先生だ。どこにおる？
確か1日か2日で我が家に戻るはずです。
そなたの家に？
飯も暖もありますので。
That's important right now.
何のご用か存じませんが、火急のご様子でした。
巴の足取りがつかめたのか。
Okay.
この近く、じきに吹雪くので、まず私の罠を調べ、それからお連れします。
よし、共に行こ
う。We're gonna go with.
名は何と？
松と申します。
And that'll be fine. Anyway, couple of questions here, catching up on chat. How deferential would he realistically be to Ishikawa given he's disgraced? Granted, like, we are now too, but like, earlier. Disgraced? Yeah, that's fair. Disgraced, fair enough. But he was disgraced quietly. He was asked to resign, not actually forced, like, fired, you know? Not great, actually. Matsu, not great. Yeah, maybe. I mean, given how much murder we do on the regular, it is a weird answer. But hey, the game designers did make it very fun. I mean, what? Anyway, Math then has additional notes on the Soy. which is, in the teeth and claws of the Buddha, the author makes a pretty good case that the warrior monk image began to really solidify during the Sengoku period, to distinguish between real warriors and the armed clergy, who definitely don't count.
からだ。仕掛け直します。
そなた狩りをしてはどうだ。
And that's...
狩りだなんて私にはとても。
では餌を変えてみろ。
そのつもりはありません。
餌は何だ。
獲物をその気にさせるだけ。
Ha!
それは愉快。男でも釣る気か。
次を見に行きましょう。
What? You are very suspicious. And roughly an attempt of 2 big pieces of benkei meat.
そうだな。
どこも同じ。私は南から逃れてきました。
連れは
父も母も幼い頃に。
That checks out.
一人で生きています。あなたは立派なお生まれでしょう。
志村殿の甥いだ。
志村？まさかあなたが噂のクロード？でも、もののけのごとき背の丈だったはず。
Thank you. Not...
そういう話もある。もののけは人に化けて里に降りるとも聞く。
I mean, I'm literally...
いるわけないじゃないですか。
Okay, Matsu, be more superstitious. This is not okay.
それに、
Hang on a sec.
お前は人と決まってます。
なるほどな。うまく化けられたようだ。
Wait, hang on a sec. Be more superstitious. It's okay. We're allowed to believe in spooks. Why? What is with our rationalizing instinct? We're allowed to just believe in spooks. This is the 13th century. It's also fine in the 21st century. But, like, come on. But yeah. Anyway, argument there that the image of the warrior monk is derived out of,
早く。
任せろ。
out of, one, the Gikeki, an attempt to construct a historical account of Minamoto no Yoshitsune, and the no play Hashi Benkei, Benkei on the Bridge, which is now a fully iconic thing. So, yeah, I think that checks out completely, right? I think it makes perfect sense to say that you get Benkei at, right, you have this
お主ら。
attempt
どうか見逃してください。
to
お許しを。ひもじくてつい。もう何日も木の皮しか食っとらんのです。
oof.
持っていけ。
ありがとうございます。
逃がしたのですか？獲物まで。
飢えた島民だ。敵ではない。
噂とは別人のようです。
Yeah, because we're
全
not
てが誠ではないぞ。
we're not the
先に
ghost.
空が荒れる。
Hello, Alex. How are you doing?
あと一つ。でも少し遠くに。
Well, that's unfortunate. Thank you so much for the Prime sub for over 2 years now. That's crazy. How time flies. But yeah, no, it makes so much sense to me that it's Benkei, right?
クロードとて人。仲間がおらねばとうに死んでおる。
謙遜なさらずとも。
これまで生き延びたのも足立家の僧侶や野党のおかげだ。皆の働きは語られぬが感謝しておる。
And it's
先生が立つ前にそなたの家へ急ぐぞ。
最後の罠はもう少し先にあります。
okay, Matsu, you need to shush. You need to shush. Because holy moly, you talk so much. I'm trying to have a conversation here, and I can't with you talking in my ear. Okay. So, right, but there's this moment where, as the Sengoku period starts to draw to a close, and the chaotic mound of violence is starting to coalesce into monopolized among a handful of great families, that they are in turn creating a cultural space where they become really anxious about monasteries being equal players on the field of violence, and so are trying to basically propagandize them out of legitimacy. And then projecting that into the historical imagination in the personage of already well-defined folk hero Benkei. This is also convenient because as, the artistic scene and the theatrical traditions of kabuki and other things start picking up, right, the specific iconography becomes really, really easy to let you quickly identify a stock character, or very quickly identify Benkei specifically, as the case may be. And so from there, it gets normalized. This makes total sense to me, and I love you bringing that in, Math, because I think it works really well. Even if the idea that, you know, a monastery would have someone who is both a sworn brother and a warrior is a historical truth. Anyway, isn't this lovely unseasonal weather we're having? I mean, for like the second week in November, on Tsushima, where the average temperature is going to be like 55. Isn't this fun and exciting? Hey, I don't trust this place. Would anyone like to explain how you... I have bad news, Matsu. Yeah? Yeah, Tomoe?
雅な着物を着た人たちが止めどなく泊まりに来て、下男が金を巻き上げる。
京都が大騒ぎになるな。
We're looking at Kyoto.
そうだ。行こ
う。先生がお待ちでしょうからね。
We're looking for Kyoto. Not Kamakura? I'm sorry, why are we saying the mainland is Kyoto and not Kamakura? Like, if you're trying to establish legitimacy and get a high-profile bunch of folks from all over the country coming through, you don't want to be in Kyoto right now. Okay, so we just got a lag spike, so we should be back now, though. Apologies for that. She's absolutely innocent. She's talking about how much she just desperately wants to, how desperately she wants to rob everybody. Also, I have bad news for you. Like, if I have very bad news for you about the mainland, i.e. Kyushu. The Mongols are going to attack there next week. It's not going to go great for them. But like, you do understand that they're about to get attacked, right? Okay. Actual real talk, I want to talk about the weather. Because the weather is one of those things that I happen, like, actually is a research interest of mine. Because there's no such thing as a neutral... neutral depiction of Mongol or of weather in... I whiffed. I whiffed. In media, right? Especially in historical media. So my master's thesis actually was about this using medieval Icelandic lit. just to give you a sense as to like how interested I am in environment and weather.
この近く。さあ。
And so, in this case, right, it's, really, really interesting to me, that they've made Northern Tsushima be the season of winter. Right? So, on the one, there's a bunch of reasons why we're stacking this up. And they're all very interesting. This is a big house, by the way. So, thing one, right, there is an element of historical reality here, in that the Mongol invasions of the 1270s, or of 1274, occurred in November. Right? There just is...
お優しい方だと思いましたが、先の戦いではまるで
島のためなら鬼にもなろ
私たちは辛い過去を背負い、
Yo.
心に闇を抱えています。
Tomoe, what's up?
なければ生きられない。
先生も似たようなことをおっしゃったが、お前が言うと自然に聞こえるな。友え。
先生曰く、私は敵を見くびる癖があると。
俺を殺そうとしなかったな。なぜだ。
猛虎に裏切られたの。
技を盗まれた挙句に捨てられたか。
抗っては見たものの、旧兵をすべて倒すなど無理だった。
つまり助太刀がいるのだ
Uh
な。
huh.
我らで十分。
どこが狙われるか知りたいでしょ。3人で奇襲を仕掛け、撃ち滅ぼせば私の気も晴れる。
And you then what? Just leave?
先生のお気持ちを聞かねば。
ジン、止まっていってよ。
Whoa, what a crazy twist.
いや、友え。すまんな。
What a crazy twist. Who could have predicted? Okay, well now that we've got a little bit of quiet, before we have to go all the way back up here, let's talk weather, and the different reasons. So right, thing one, defining this winter weather, is the fact that there's historical reality, right? The Mongol invasions of 1274 occurred in November, so right at the onset of the winter season. However, as we talked about yesterday, Tsushima is way too far south to get this sort of, to get snow, period. Like, snow is really abnormal for the island of Tsushima. Hello? So, there's an element here, secondarily, of just what are the stereotypes of the season? Right? And to a Anglo-American audience, the stereotype of the season is absolutely being snowy as heck. I've already cleaned this one, right? Yes. Great. And so you just go, you make it snowy as heck, you fill the stereotype, you communicate the vibe very well. That's all well and good. There's, however, two specific narrative reasons that I can identify for why we have winter now as well. So, reason number one is to communicate the idea that this whole conflict has taken a lot of time. So we started way down here, and as time has moved on, we have moved farther north, and so you just line it up, so you know you get spring down here, and you get winter up here, and that implies the passage of a whole year. This works really well in this game and not many other ones because they've created choke points that don't exist on the actual island in order to basically restrict your progress to imply the progression of time. Right? You have played more of the game, you unlock another area, that area is farther north, off you go. In a game where you don't have any of these choke points, say Assassin's Creed Shadows, we often default to geography, and that gets very nonsensical when we say, hey, we're looking at a span of like less than 100 miles. And we're talking radically different geography at the same time of year. Implicit. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I guess, is the one that's really guilty of this. Shadows was not guilty of this because they put in a ludicrous amount of work on a season system. The reason why you don't want to put in a ludicrous amount of work on a season system is you're basically making the map 4 times. And that's deeply unhinged. Like, from a game design perspective, that is way more difficult than just having different areas be perpetually different seasons, and then you're just designing each area once. Alright, Math, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll see you next weekend. But yeah, no, Tsushima doesn't get snow. So there's narrative reason 1, right? Progression of seasons, off you go. Narrative reason 2, though, is psychological, right? We are manifesting Jin's psychological reality onto the lived environment. And so it's generating a very specific setting. So, right, when we enter this area, we have just destroyed our relationship with our only surviving family member. We have lost our beloved horse due to blowing up our relationship with our beloved family member. We are single-minded in our pursuit of vengeance. We are deeply depressed. Things are going bad. And manifesting that in the landscape through the act of, oh wow, look at how much everything sucks, actually works really well, right? The weather is desolate, there is no food, you can't see shit, it's just, we're having a bad time. And so that, like, works really well, in a way when there's a little bit more optimism in the... Right, there's a little... versus the mid-game, when there's that little bit more optimism, we're in the height of summer, there's a lot of things that seem to be going well. And so, yeah, like, it's just, it's good. Right? When things are going well in the mid-game, and it seems like, oh yeah, we're gonna get through this, it's gonna be fine, we're in summer, and then as that fails catastrophically, we transition into winter to reflect that change of mood, this sort of grim necessity. And yeah, it just works. It just works. Okay, what do I want to upgrade now? I mean, I could upgrade that. Not bad. Or headshots restore 50% of concentration. Or we finish the Sakai clan. Better artifact hunting. Killing the staggered enemy restores 20% of your health. That's crazy good. Are you kidding me? Well, given that we're probably rocking up with the Sakai Clan armor at the end game, it doesn't matter. But we will rock up with the Gosku armor anyway. Though for today, or for the rest of this quest, we're still rocking the Tadayori armor. You know.
酒井、守備はどうだ？
知らせがあります。北の上学で巴と話しました。猛虎に裏切られたそうです。
目の前におってなぜ生かしておいたのだ？
旧兵が先陣を敷いております。巴は共に一掃したいと。
隙をついてわしらの首をはねるつもりかもしれん。
殺そうと思えばいつでも私を射抜けました。
あやつを信じて報われた試しなどないがな。
信じておりません。なれど我らも巴も助力を必要としています。
乗ってやるとするか。肩をつけてやる。
I mean, fair play. Friends in passing. But yeah, Darth Zerx, I mean, that does illustrate it super well as to why it doesn't get snow, though. Right? Tsushima is almost 10 degrees south of New Hampshire, which means it's what? Similar latitude to, what, Washington, D.C.? Is that math? Now, right, and it's not like Washington, D.C. can't get snow. Oh, still another 4 degrees south, so more like Richmond, Virginia. Or even a little bit more than that. Again, so it's not like it can't or it never ever gets snow. But it doesn't often get snow, and the snow doesn't stick. So... yeah, unless if... oh. This is just a random other quest. Oops. I got distracted. We went to the wrong quest. Rip that guy. No. Not the little painted stone. It's so cute and it's so bloody.
死んだか。小屋を探し、こやつの家族を助けよう。あの男の家族だな。
Sup, we're gonna knock it down.
開けてくれ。酒井仁と申す。
クロー殿。毒を持っただけでは足りないというの。
毒など持っておらぬ。
あなたの所業は聞いてるんだよ。
Mm-hmm.
毒で城の奴らを殺したんだろ。
相手は猛虎だ。
That makes... they're Mongols, they're not human.
飯や薬がなければ死ぬぞ。待っておれ。
Okay.
山の上に野営があったはずだ。
Alright, well, we'll try. We'll see how this goes. But yeah. 10 degrees up the mountain is, or, sorry, what? That's complete nonsense. What are words? 4 degrees. Even accounting for climatic variation between the Atlantic and Pacific, the difference from, of being that far south is just really impactful. And yeah, you make a good point, right, KJ, that there is an ocean equivalent of lake effect. So that does moderate, right? That increases the humidity, but it also moderates more than a few details. What was I doing? Oh, right. This one, this one, this one. Even though I think I've already cleaned this out. We're just gonna be, smart about that. Did I not equip it? Why did I not equip it? Thank you. Thank you for the ammo. And the daikon. Still. Yeah. All of the, work with the, seasons, I think, ought to be read as, psychological and narrative, and very much not heck. Hello? Well, that went interestingly. Yeah, that is an arrow straight into the right side of your chest. You don't survive that.
子供のせいで生きてることが知られて家に火をつけられたんだ。あの時あなたを入れてれば。
Fiddling on Google Maps on the south end of Tsushima lines up with Los Angeles. Now again, climatically, you know, the Sea of Japan, and the Pacific coast, very similar, or very dissimilar. But like, yeah, that's illustrative. And given that, you know, Tsushima is all of 50 miles long, the north end of Tsushima lines up with... I don't know, what's a town like halfway between LA and San Francisco? Huh? What do you mean 4.4 kilometers away? Huh? What are you doing here? No wonder I couldn't find him. Nice big thunderstorm we're getting, though. Okay. So,
酒井
I ran all the way here. It was 4 kilometers. Why would you do this to me?
巴から知らせが。
あやつに会うぞ。次に狙われる場所も時も教えるそうだ。
本当のことを言うでしょうか。
すぐにわかる。良いか、一つの過ちも許されんぞ。
心得ております。
行こう。
Okay, what are we doing down here? I really need to ask, Lord Shimura, do you do literally anything other than sit inside your castle and prepare?
捨てられた鳥羽で待っておるらしい。
奇襲には格好の場所。
家はこちらにある。あやつは猛虎に裏切られ、窮地におるで。
急祖は猫を噛むと言います。
所詮ネズミがネズミだ。お前にできることは2つ。助けを求めるか、裏切るか。あやつを知った今、どう思う？
私を殺さなかったのは先生を油断させる策やも。
返り討ちにしてくれるわ。
待ち伏せでなければ司祭を聞き、猛虎の企てを止めるため手を組みます。処罰はその後に。
民を殺した報い。
Yep.
受けてもらわねばな。
Yep. She will. So Mongol guerrilla warfare, kinda, sorta, right? Both. Here's the thing: strategically, or tactically, both Japanese cavalry.
寝返ったわけはあの日からずっと普通なのでしょう。
わしに背を向けたのだ。話してな。
Ishikawa, this is a stupid choice. Right? Words.
もうすぐだ。気を抜くな。
Thank you. Both Mongol forces and Japanese forces during these battles found that skirmishing tactics, i.e., finding isolated groups, raiding them for supplies, killing who you can at range, proved like really effective against each other.
敵が隠れておるやもしれん。
Well,
あれが鳥羽。
敵はいません。
見えぬだけよ。
no, I do have super.
右手にある岩、あそこに身を隠す。お主は。
石川先生、ジン、私が殺すつもりなら、とうにやっておりますよ。
あやつ。
こっちに来て。
All right.
ここで待っておれ。
私も共に。
抜かるなよ。
Ooh, ammo. Thank you. I need all of it. Right, so it's not really guerrilla warfare
先生、
in the way that becomes defined later, but it is certainly skirmishing, right? Small bands raiding middle to not no organization, but loose organization.
すでに向かってる。
なぜ教える？
藩への仕返し。私が旧兵をいます。
加勢しなければ村は蹂躙されるということか。
信用できんな。
構いません。高みの見物でもします？しまった。もう米つけていたか。
All right, well,
お前待て。
come on, drop.
もうろくしておいでのようですね。
Ow. God damn it. Seriously? Less yelling. Are you doing anything? Oh. Like, come on. Let me restock on ammo.
罠など張っておりません。
巴は応戦しておりました。
芝居だ。油断させるためのな。
そんなに私に殺されたいのなら、望み通り言ってあげましょうか。
やめよ。このままでは村が危ない。すぐに立たねば。
そうだな。だが巴、妙な動きをしたらその場で切り捨てるぞ。
二人とも早く。
So, one of the many things that I do dislike about how the Mongols are done up in this game, is
技を教えたのは脅されたから。
ではなぜ中山砦で島の者を殺した？
拷問を受けてたから。私が人思いに殺してあげたら、猛虎に気に入られた。生き延びたこと、謝らないよ。
is that, given that the Mongols are skirmishers, they're acting like oh, hang on. I got him. I didn't get him. Oh. Are you done? Thank you. Could you hit? Could you hit a shot? I'm gonna run him down. Words. Right. So the Mongols in this are, basically engaging in, the most propagandized, extreme, unpleasant versions, of what is reported during the height of Genghis Khan's conquests. Right? The sort of deeply lurid, deeply distressing, ultra-violent things that Western audiences very frequently got reports of with the destruction of Samarkand, raids on Damascus, the reports coming out of from the Kumans as they're getting obliterated in the Caucasus. All of those things, right, are getting described very, well, in lavish detail about how this is the end of the world and they're engaging in all of these destructive acts, yada yada yada. Their actual descriptions, both from the Yuan Dynasty and from Japan, of this event show a very different picture. And there still is raiding, right? There still is violence and burnings, but there isn't the sort of ultra-glorification of torture, of psychological warfare, of chemical warfare, etc. That there's presenting in the day-to-day of most of this game.
どうやって赤島の野営を？
お前の手下に襲われ後を追ったのだ。
手を出すなと命じたのに、野営を増やすつもりでしたから。
手下に感謝せねばな。
串につく頃には旧兵は手に負えなくなり、命令も無視された。
援軍だ。
数が多い。
行くぞ。
Wow, I whiffed. That sucks. Anyway, so, there's a...
腹の奥にある林。あそこならば休めそうだ。
巴、櫛でお主が猛虎といた姿を見たという女がおったぞ。
生きたまま焼いた女だ。
私がいたのではありません。
だがお前が鍛えた旧兵だ。
私は
Because again...
いたずらに人を殺すなと命じてた。
Because again, totally, the Mongols weren't proficient archers already. They definitely needed training in how to do archery from horseback. Like, they respected Japanese archers for being good, because they were good. But the game seems to act like they are not capable of doing archery on their own, which it's the Mongols, guys. It's the Mongols. They're quite famous for being very good at it.
こっちへかがんで。
猛虎は多勢であるな。
私を追っている。負けてなかった。
さようなことは早う言え。
それはご無礼を。
夜まで待ちましょう。闇に乗じ活路を見出す。
村が襲われぬか。
いえ、まず旧兵を置き、村の出入りを固める。殺しはそれから。
少し休め。俺が見張ろう。
Yeah, you keeping watch probably is the only sane idea, Jin.
日が沈んだ。行くぞ。
友へ、先に行け。我らが続く。
後ろから刺すつもりでしょ。
敵がお前に気づいたら、我らが身を隠し切る。いざ。
離れないで。
友へから目を離すでない。
But
先生、聞こえてますよ。
知るか。
one of the many, right? One of the things I actually really like about this is it emphasizes quite clearly.
私はもう一人を。
Well, I whiffed. Just how good archers are, right? Even in this circumstance. Where Japanese arrows are generally
先生、よく狙って。一夜一冊。先生、高落としの技で二人仕留めましたね。
見てたか。お前は構えを変えたな。
右腕を下げたことで、
uh-huh.
矢を放つときに。
おう、よう考えたの。
These two. Where's that thought going? Oh yeah, Japanese arrows are not super lethal, especially at medium range, i.e. more than about 20 meters away.
兵に気づかれる。村に着く前に襲われるぞ。
それは避けねば。酒井、どう見る？
私が先陣を、後ろは任せます。
Well, we should be able to go pretty much any way this way, because none of these guys are looking at us. I'm actually just going to thread this needle. Oh, who looked at me? Annoying. There we go. There's our... You saw nothing. I know you saw nothing. Look at how much nothing you just saw. Are you done? Like, I don't want this guy to... I don't want that guy up there to turn around. But if we can get in there... Now we're good. Then we can go to the rock face into the pampas grass there, and off we go. So where were we? Oh, right, lethality. Right, we've talked on previous streams about how comically lethal we are. And, like, we are comically lethal. Let's not make that... Let's not get that twisted in any way, shape, or form. But... At the same time...
牢城に持ち込まれてしまう。
民が犠牲になるぞ。
荷車に樽がある。後ろに回り込めば、火や一本で片付く。
いればこちらの居所が知れる。林から狙えるか。
遠すぎるね。近寄ってみる。犯した罪を償わせてほしい。
よし。
At the same time, archers from range, are...
なかなか足取りがつかめぬわけだ。 教えの賜物ですね。
まあな、備えろ。今だ。
Actually, I can just do this real quick. Whoop. Whoop. Sorry. Where are we? Heck, completely lost track of the train of thought. Again, this is happening a lot today. Even a small number of archers are highly effective at wounding, scaring, killing horses, or otherwise disrupting large numbers. And we could see it just with the three of us in this whole sequence, where a well set up bunch of archers in a skirmishing pattern can absolutely eviscerate stationary infantry formations. And that's...
まずまずの出来だ。
巴はどこです？
知らん。怪我でもしたか？
巴！
戦のしまいにはあの道のそばにおったが。
村へと続く道です。
まさか退却した猛虎を追ったか？
そうかもしれません。
旧兵を殺したところで巴の罪は消えん。
復讐は果たしました。
狙いはそれだけか？
最後まで戦ったのは邪魔な敵を一掃するためでしょ
う。それは分かった。ではウムギ谷には何が？
It's a good question. What does she want?
野党とならず者しかおりません。
A passage out.
そうか、仲立ちだ。
島から出るため船が欲しいのだ。
She wants passage out, yeah. Bye bye. Good to see you.
そこもと。
どうされました？
Yo.
女が通らなかったか。
一人浜の方へ行きましたが。
Thank you.
急ぐぞ。
So yeah, right? Archer's basically TLDR. Archer's good.
巴め、たばかりおったか。
ですが、ウムギ谷を救いました。
あやつは追われておった。わしらは本土へ渡る道を開いてやったわけだ。
常に先を越されますね。
だがまだあやつを止められる。
Why? She can just leave. Like, it's fine. Is it really that big a deal that she just leaves? Oh, I apparently ran the wrong way. Oh well, or I did run the right way, but too fast? I'm just too speedy. Fine.
Sensei.
She snapped her bow. Aw.
石川先生とは強く憎み合いましたが、ブッダの教え通り最大の
Again with the lovely Buddhism references.
最高の師匠なのでしょ
う。稽古の日々、感謝してます。そして最後に手を取り合って戦ったことも。あなたの弟子であり、娘である道もありました。しかし我が弓は対馬に置いていきます。今の私は放たれた矢。行き着く先は分かりません。あとは吹く風に任せます。
終わったな。
京都につけるかもしれません。
ああ、巴ならつけるであろう。
Kyoto is not that far away. Yo.
戦は終わっておりません。島を取り戻さねば。
わしからお主に教えられることはあと一つだ。約束しろ。わしと同じ鉄を踏むなよ。
肝に銘じておきましょ
う。Yo. A tale from our friends that doesn't end in murder? Raise your hand if you predicted Ishikawa's story to be the one that doesn't end in murder. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. That's all of our side quests done. That's gotta count for something. Okie doke. Well, I think this makes a great spot for us to very quickly take a self-care break. So stand up, stretch, refill drinks if you need to, use the restroom. I will give y'all some snails and some tunes. If you're on YouTube, I'm sorry you don't get tunes. The rest of us get a couple of tunes, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes in order to proceed with the main story of, like, the final act of the game. Look at the little guys. They're so little. And they're such guys. Alright, see y'all soon. Alright, welcome back, everyone. Thank y'all for your patience with that. Hopefully you all got a chance to stand up, do some stuff. I'm excited. We're almost done. We're almost into, like, the last couple of main story things in order to liberate the region. And definitely everything will wrap up and our uncle will forgive us for our crimes, and it'll be good, and no one will get punished in the slightest, and don't worry, what are you talking? Trust. So, we have finished all of our side quests, we have finished most of our history. You have returned from sorting, and now we're ordering dark lunch. Hello, Wolfie. Welcome on in. You just came in right as we came back from a restroom break, and we just finished all of the side quests. There are no side quests left to do in Ghost of Tsushima. We got an achievement and everything. The side quests have been really good. Like, the side quests have been honestly a highlight of this. But unfortunately, all highlights must be matched by lowlights. And by lowlights, I mean, I think it's been a while since we've seen from Anachronism Shimura around. So let's hop in here and see what we can do. Also, where the heck is Yuna? Oh, was he on camera? He is on camera. Look at that little man in the corner. Look at that little man in the corner. Isn't he just so easily scoopable? He's so easily scoopable. Watch this. I know. I love you. You know that, right? Oh. Okay. Okay. Point taken. That was like all four claws saying, or all four paws saying, hey, that's not cool. You can't just scoop me like that. Let me be free. He doesn't love being scooped at the best of times. I have not figured out a way to carry him that he enjoys, but if I lay down, he will sit directly on top of me and just purr just so loudly. And that counts for something.
他の皆は
みんな支度は済んでるよ。ハンを殺せるのはこの対馬にあんたしかいないって先生が言ってた。
一人では無理だ。しかも策がなくては。
あいつは手下を従え港にいるよ。
まず守りの穴を探さねばその先にあるハーンの隠れ場もな。
鳥にでもなれたら楽なのにいいところがあったよ。闇が味方のうちに立とう。
Okie dokie. Port Izumi. You know, the one area that has overwhelming enemy forces.
泉の港。かがり火台からならよく見える。登れればだけど。
気づかれなければよい。いざ行くぞ。
A gathering storm.
なぜハンは泉に来たの？
対馬から本土に渡り蹂躙するつもりなのだろう。今を逃せば止められなくなる。
Yeah, about that.
俺の毒の元となる花だ。
猛虎が積んでいったんだね。
我らを殺すために。
毒を使ったこと悔やんでるかい？
What? You know.
浅はかだったことは事実だ。
真似されるとは思わなかったろ。
資料を重ねれば大勢を危うくせずに済んだ。
そうだね。ハンを殺さなきゃ。すぐに。
攻め入るのは無謀。崖側から回り込むぞ。
物見の裏をかくのか。いいね。
Well, there's two guys, so that counts for something. I mean, if it's just don't raise the alarm, that says nothing about leaving people alive. I'm just saying. Maximum lethality. Like, come on, dude. See? Maximum. Huh. A lighthouse I haven't been to yet. If only, it mattered at all. Cool. There's these two guys, both of whom are fairly isolated. As I said, fairly isolated. There we go. So, you were thinking how they present the Mongols. In the beginning of the game, there is a lot of focus on the idea, especially from the Khan, that those who are surrendered would be peacefully integrated. Which, to your knowledge, largely matches historical, at least with Genghis Khan. This kind of question if resistance is the right choice. Then throughout the story, this gets undercut. And, like, they're just, like, fundamentally untrustworthy, right? Oh, well, that won't work. Oh, that's a Mongol artifact right there. Right, I think you are exactly correct. Right? Which is to say, cutscene Mongols and, in-game Mongols appear to be two different characters. But, additionally, and, very, very relevantly, flowers, and a lot of them. Yeah, it does narrative backflips to say, Jin is literally always correct, and the Mongols are basically, you know, they're doing such atrocities that, Jin is... However the player wants to approach the solution of kill them all with prejudice, is fine and good. Even though it is war crimes. Even though the way... the tools they give the player are fully war crimes. Oh, and here's the typhoon. Oh, and here's the typhoon. So. Quite famously, both Mongol attacks on Japan get impacted, if not outright stopped, by a typhoon hitting. So the 1274 one is more ambiguous. Some sources, including this one, do not describe a typhoon hitting. But others, including with the UN forces, do. The 1281 attack, which basically just affects Tsushima and Iki and basically nowhere else, they sail into the harbor, they immediately get hit by a typhoon, half the ships sink, and it's over before it starts. So... you can't really tell this narrative, at least the popular version of it, without really emphasizing the importance of, yeah, the, you know, kamikaze, right? The divine wind.
その時仕掛ける。
船も積み荷も壊してやる。そのためには兵器を盗まなきゃ。
お主ならば安きこと。
その後はどうする？
小勢が猛虎の気をそらし、俺が港に忍び込む。そしてハーンを撃つ。
いい策だ。
では上学で司祭を決めよう。
Right. The Divine Wind is just such a core part of how we imagine these invasions. And at least this part here, right, we're just, the big problem is that we are in the wrong bay. Right? Like, it's actually kind of peculiar. We are fully in, and as a kind of consequence of, I believe the, Mongol armor only works outside of, yeah, out of combat. So I don't know how well it'll work in the kind of, immediate vicinity. But we can certainly try. Really, there still is something, there still is a bird to follow? I mean, don't let me, just one more for old time's sake. Bird, where are you going? Like, we're kind of maxed out. I don't know what you expect from me. Eh? Where are you going? I already got the thing from up here, though. I mean, I guess maybe I'm wrong on that, but, like, I thought I got everything. I don't know. Well, the plot's getting very goofy. Right? Basically, they seem to be acting like we're on Kyushu. Oh, I apparently hadn't. Huh. Right. That's the best way I can describe it, is they seem to be acting like I'm on Kyushu. Not on Tsushima. And so, you know, if instead of here, right, instead of here, if we were, you know, keep going, just here. We need to do this now, don't we? Let's just make this easy. Let's make this easy. So if instead of being up here, which is, this is where we are, right? If we instead weren't over here, but we're instead here at Hakata Bay, and had the exact same situation, I would not be nearly as bothered by this, because, right, these days it's Fukuoka, but Dazaifu was right here, and then there's a stop at Hakata right here. And so they did burn this, and they've been raiding all across this area for much of the game. And so if they were saying, hey, this is the last chance, because if we don't, like, beat them here, with all of their ships in Hakata Bay, then they're going to be established enough that that actually lets them raid up into Honshu and actually start attacking the Kyoto eventually, and even more eventually Kamakura here. By the way, Kamakura's, look at how far away Kamakura is. This would be far less goofy. But no, apparently if we don't hold this location, That's right, this one right here. That's right, this one. Then this is screwed. And, you know, they certainly won't be able to rally any troops from, here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Or here. In order to make a more effective defense, right? Right. Khotun Khan is just so big brain that he's going to be able to win against a massive numerical disadvantage. And just steamroll the Shogun. Completely and totally. Unless if we do a war crime about it. Right here, right now. And conveniently, the storm, which historically, again, primarily wipes out the ships here, needs to instead wipe out all the ships here in order to make that happen. I don't know. I've tried to make it make sense. I did what I could. Anyway. True! Massive drill to get down to the aquifer and poison it, thereby killing all of Japan. How did I not think of it? It's a genius strategy. This is why Khotun Khan gets paid all the big bucks.
いい知らせがあるよ。
策が出たのか。
ケンジがヒアリを盗めそうな場所を見つけた。今から向かう。
幸先が良いな。だが兵の数が足りん。
ダメだ。
叔父上も藩を葬りたいはずだ。ご加勢くださろう。
捕まって牢屋行きだ。
Yeah, he can do it after.
では叔父上に当て文を残せばよい。
城は侍だらけだよ。
蹴取られる前に城を出る。
Heart of the Jito. Oh boy. Time for us to sneak back into Castle Shimura. We don't have any supplies to do any more armor upgrades.
叔父上への文がかけた。
Like, we kind of done everything we can. Oh, thank you. Like, I'm pretty sure we've done basically everything we are able to. Supplies 297. Yeah, we can't upgrade anything else. We've max upgraded our weaponry. So we are, however, going to rock out with our endgame actual armor. Now, which there are many good options for. I'm just gonna say, like, there's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad options, but there are some good options too. I like that one, though. And foreshadowing the eventual supremacy of the Takeda clan, we could pull Unwavering Mountain there. We could pretend we could do that for Maximum Silly. I don't want to keep wearing the wolf one. Like, as good as it is, as funny as it is, I wanna be wearing something different, so we're gonna be Takeda Shingen, and then... That looks kinda sick. I like the white and the black. That's very... Oh, we're 100 years early for Hwacha. Aw. We can choose our horse. Look at how fancy it is. I mean, we're choosing a... What do you mean digital deluxe horse is available? Okay. Why would I want that horse?
どう怖がるな仲良くしよ
名前は何にする？
Kaze.
う空を裂いて走れ
Kaze.
いい名だね。どうやって城に？
It's a good look.
あそこで育った城壁の抜け道は全て覚えておる子供の頃よく叔父上から隠れたものだ
Now this is a good look. The white horse and the stark white mask on the Takeda armor. Or with the Takeda helm and our dad's armor. I think it's huge. I think that looks awesome. And so we're gonna rock with that. Unfortunately, we are not going to ride the entire way because, no thank you. Are you sure I don't want the emaciated dirt horse instead? Why was the digital deluxe horse a mangy, emaciated, regular browed horse? Like, this isn't... If you're gonna make it, give us a digital deluxe horse, at least make it ridiculous, right? Chestnut is one of the colors most well regarded. So, Sora's coloration. But, in an absence of it, like, I will freely freely and completely take this fit, with Kaze.
ジン
You.
何をしておる
Oof. Not the family drama.
夕げの魚を取っているんです。
素手では取れぬと分かっておろうに
He's so
お
smart.
じ上にご子息が生まれたら私は捨てられますか？
ジンよれ
Aww. Ryuzo was a bad friend to
間
us.
違いをするなわしは生涯続くこの道をお前と歩んでゆくぞ何があろうと
Aww. Oh boy, time to sneak through the castle. Which conveniently, by the way, we've moved back from November into October. Conveniently, we hit the geographic boundary, and now we have beautiful Japanese red maples without any snow on them.
崖側には物見はおらん
Hey, Mr. Peasant?
また冷たくなった
Don't...
どうかご用心を。お侍が目を光らせています。
Oh, thank you. Very cool of you. At least we now look like a ghost too, right? Like, if we're gonna pretend that we are a Bakemono, or a Kuroda, we should at least look the part, don't you think? And the ghost armor just doesn't quite get... It doesn't have that fit. I don't care if it's canon, it doesn't got the drip. This? This does.
物見を殺せば化け物になり下がったと示すだけ
Yeah. I understand.
後ほど宿泊で演説されるそう士気を高めるためだいよいよハーンと刃を交える
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Oh. You saw nothing. See? Look at how little you saw. The spooky white... And then I can get down here. Go across the cliff face. Tucking this to safety here. Where's the castle? Over there. Huh. How? That is not going to be easy. Well, if I can get... Phew. This doesn't seem... That path is not super viable, so we need to let this guy... Let these guys get around us. We're so sneaky. Uh-huh. There's one guy. I can't get over the wall there, so that's dead. Or that's a non-starter, I should say. Luckily, he's completely static, looking the wrong way. They've got that blockaded, though. Suppose he'll just, like, let me go. No? God damn it. Yes, thank you. He did in fact just let me, Where am I now? I'm on the exact other side of this whole area? Huh. That's not helpful. Well, I guess it is a little helpful. In that if I can make this jump, then I'm in a really much better position than I was. This works a lot better. Potentially. This may work a lot better. Though I do need that guy to just kind of leave. Please and thank you. Okay, thanks. Whee! And now we're back up here. Huh. This is all Olga clan stuff, isn't it? We're so sneaky. It's a good thing. Wow.
弓の腕が劣っていようとも人を殺められるのは全て改めて2が改められるまで待つか。
Uh-huh. We're gonna check it. And then we hide in the cart. They just checked it and we snuck in because it's flawless. It's a flawless strategy, really. When in doubt, the Sakai cart has us covered. It works for us every single time. It works for us every time. It sounds like he's getting paranoid.
も信用できないんだろう。だけど俺らは秋人だ。侍じゃねえ。絹売りの荒太郎。 覚えてるか。あいつクロードの毒を手に入れてトメに持ったらしい。唯一の商売敵だったからな。トメもかわいそうに
Oh, good.
から血を吐いて死んだらしいさ。
Oh, goody.
だから2を調べられた。中身が何かわからんだ。志村様を裏切るわけないのによ。俺もさ。だけど今は我慢しなきゃな。
Well, that's unfortunate. Shout out to the normalization of violence as an accepted method of solving social problems. Oh good, you're not gonna check. Thank you for not checking.
叔父上の座敷に入り文を残していかねば。
That poppin' was a bit spicy. Oh. Yeah?
いた。号令していらっしゃる。
Uh-huh. He's very good at doing that. Man, your helmet doesn't fit your outfit at all. Get better fashion sense. Red and purple? Like, it could work, but not in those shades. Yeah. And no one notices a thing.
叔父上、気取られてはならん。
Oh.
お前と劇を飛ばしたかった。
Oh.
恨むぞ。
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not that sorry, but I am a little sorry. Man, it's a good thing that this suspicious pagoda doesn't have...
猛虎は対馬で食い止めた。将軍様のおわす本堂を危うくさせてはならぬ。
whoop. Hey. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, we probably shouldn't be...
次こそは逃しません。
That's fair. We kind of did... We kind of made a mistake, huh? That works somehow. Okay, we know he's in there though. Like, we watched him go up these stairs. I'm gonna steal all your supplies.
両国の2カ所で猛虎が敗戦を喫したらしく、どちらも堺。いえ、クロードめの仕業かといかがされますか。
クロードの処罰は後回しだ。猛虎を撃ってから考える。
しかし将軍様のご下知は
言われずとも分かっておる。なれど今は猛虎を撃つことが先決である。
仰せの通り、
ハーンの居所を突き止めた。
北へ送った責任が戻らず、囚われたら殺されたか。
生き
Uh-huh.
足跡の誘う方へ。
Well, that's an option. We did a big oopsie. Yeah, yeah. If only, you know, they hadn't gone to such ridiculous lengths earlier in order to say, hey, actually, a frontal assault simply won't work.
お目に留まりそうなところに
Like,
堺だ。出会え。
叔父上、お目にかかれぬことをお許しください。ハーンの水軍は泉に集まりました。本土を制するに足るだけの兵と毒を積んで、しかし大風が来れば、その時こそ猛虎を撃ち船を沈める時、何とぞご加勢を。そしてまたまみえんことを。父と子とは申さぬまでも、歩む道をたがえた武士として、叔父上がいかがお考えになろうとも、身内には変わりませぬ。
oh. Well, we tried to make some benefit. Again, well, the game is executing itself very well. Like, I will rag on small things with this story, but this story overall is executing itself just really, really effectively. I think that deserves praise. Because it's very easy to either get so bound up in trying to stick within the limits of historical attestation that you forget to act with historical imagination. And at the same time, I actually don't think I care about either of these. You know? I mean, we'll equip it, but then we're going to immediately, like, swap back. We're going to immediately swap back to our correct outfit, which is recognizing that we are Sakai clan. We're gonna make our dad proud. Trust me, bro. We got a bow skin from Tomoe. We did not get a new bow. We just got a skin for a bow, which is that one. It looks bad, so we're not gonna do anything with it. Alright, Yuna. I think it's time. I'm assuming it's talk to Yuna. So yeah. Let me try and finish that thought before we move into the next thing. Right? So what I mean versus historical attestation versus historical imagination is just use some historical games in trying to recreate the authentic feel of the era as they want to define it, end up with really, really inconsistent writing because they're trying to cover so much about what is life like in so many different facets that they end up feeling disjointed. This game has done a really good job at avoiding that, sacrificing a lot of the accuracy in the vibes, which we have criticized at length, in favor of really prioritizing very careful scene construction, very evocative camera shots, and generally trying to get a pretty compelling story of this family getting torn apart by the horrors of war. And its lingering impacts on the entire society, right? So rather than, even though using the Mongols here is kind of bad, and it introduces a lot of problems, at the same time, the idea that this is ultimately, a meditation on what is it like to live through invasion, and all the ways in which, let's be honest here, the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, the rise of ISIS, and the horrors that were coming, right, the horrific descriptions that were coming out of the Middle East, with the destruction of cultural heritage, the torture and beheading of peace advocates, etc. Right, that's what the game is actually interested in exploring, is how does war tear apart this society, and how does the act of resisting inevitably harm, psychologically damage the people, even the people who are equally morally correct, and all acting with the best of intentions. Like, there is damage that cannot be undone that emerges from that. And that's quite clearly what this game is really interested in. It's a theme that's often explored extensively in Kurosawa films, which is why I think they're interested in it. They don't execute on a lot of the other things about Kurosawa, I think, particularly well. But in terms of their thematic interest, and in terms of their interest on aesthetic and camera, and the effect that has, right? The fact that that creates a really effective story is a big win for this game.
心配したよ。捕まったかと思った。
文を届けるのに手間取ってな。
読んでもらえた。ハントの戦に加勢するって。
No idea.
そう願うが。待っておるいとまはない。
I mean, he will, and then we'll have to fight him about it.
風が強くなってきた。
朝には大風が来るな。ヒアリは無事に奪えたか。
痛手を負わせられるほどにね。それとクロードに従うため城を抜けた兵を見つけた。
Okay.
簡単だ。
夜明けとともに攻めるぞ。
So,
そう伝えるよ。みんなに会ってきて。
those deserters are not getting any accolades from the Shogun here. I hope you know that. I hope they know that they're not getting any accolades from the Shogun. They're in fact going to get a punishment for not serving with adequate bravery. And with respect to their lord. You know?
Sakai-sama.
Norio, how you doing, bud? Are you less crazy?
長だなんて名乗るつもりはありません。
だろうな。だからこそふさわしいのだ。お主の兄君と。
Are you less gone insane?
故郷を取り返すだけで幸せです。
Oh, good. His recitations to the Amida Buddha, I think, has made him less insane. Good. We take those.
Sakai.
その弓頼りにしております。
約束は果たしたぞ。
深く感謝いたします。
あまり感傷にふけるでない。
Hey.
先生もでしょう。覚悟はつきましたか。
この世に生まれた時からな。明日が待ち遠しくてたまらんわ。
Kenji!
さあ、いよいよですね。
How you doing?
機嫌が良さそうだな。
当然ですよ。一日中酒を飲んでますからね。
Yeah, I can
あま
hear.
り飲みすぎると明日起きられなくなるぞ。
戯れはさておき、明日は力の限り戦います。タカのためにも。
Oh.
頼むぞケンジ。
Oh.
許しても将軍様が許さないよ。
And Masako.
安則はあまり飢えて
Let's speak with Yuna. That's not helpful. You. How are you doing?
ジン、
政子殿、おいでくださるとは。
叱る時に参ると申したであろう。私もハーンを葬りたい。
Yep.
奴は夫を殺し、二人の息子を奪いおったからな。
必ず裁きを下しましょ
私も力を尽くそう。
う。お休みを。明日は長くなります。
もしくは短いか。
Alright. Everyone accepted the possibility of their death? Great. Let's go.
お主に助けられてから随分と遠くまで来たな。
ジンは重くて引きずって歩いたよ。男にしなきゃ村に戻れなかったくらい。
すべてはお主のおかげだ、ユナ。
あんたは死ぬなよ。これまで辛いことばかり。大事な人も亡くした。お願いだ。
だがハーンを止めねば。
They can make each other worse.
一緒に船を見つけて静かな地に逃げよう。戦は侍どもに任せりゃいい。
それは本心か。
いいや。
俺が死んでも戦い続けてくれ。
あんたってやつはひどい男だね。そろそろ休む？
まだだ。今はあと少し共にいてくれ。
Oh. You don't think the observers from Shimoda care about being punished by the shogunate anymore? Yeah, I mean, I don't even think that Shimoda's a bad leader. If the main fault is, that
いよいよだ。この時を逃せば
he
二度
is
とハ
a
ーンを打てなくなる。
stereotype of honor rather than
ヒ
any
ヤリの手
real
はずは
thing,
いかに。
いつでも矢の雨を降らせられますよ。
it's like whatever.
ユナの合図で放つがよい。猛虎は束になってヒヤリを奪いに来
The
る。
important thing is he seems to be kind of, doing nothing.
火薬も騎兵も定められ
He's
た場にあ
very
る。
slow to act until the big dramatic charge.
皆の者、ブルーンを。いざ。
ジン、志村様はいないね。
じきに大風が来る。我らも始めるぞ。合図の矢は放てるな。今だ。
Alright, there we go.
猛虎が来るぞ。すべてなで切りにしろ。
Well, they got that ahead of me.
息子らの敵！
城を取られるな。
誰一人通しちゃダメだ！
恐れず戦え。
Thank you. Ow. Okay, sheesh. You done? Thank you.
押し返すのだ。
皆殺しだ。
No. Far too slow on that. Guys instilled like no armor? Oh yeah, by the way, we lit our sword on fire. Just ruined the temper on it. Really made sure we ruined the temper. Ow. Nice work. Nice work, squad. Nice work. Everyone still standing?
うまくいったね。
Oh yeah.
猛虎は陣を整えておる。
Right. Oh yeah. Jin going. Oh yeah. I'll take care of it myself.
ならば落ち合い加勢しましょう。
Yeah, yeah. Jin's War Crime Sakai is not exactly a phenomenal leader, either. He just is. The big thing is that he's actually out there visibly solving problems in a way that Shimada isn't. That's like the entire difference. And it's actually a really effective lesson for this period. Part of the reason why we have this struggle is that
死にに行くつもりか。
ここまで来たんだ。今さら引くつもりはないよ。
おのおの方こそ誠の勇士。
they also are all bad people, but that's fine.
生きて会おう。
兵の相手は任せな。
皆声を出さんか。
猛虎にかける情けはないぞ。
戦え。酒井様に。
Oh, did I... Entering area of overwhelming enemy forces. Fine. I guess we're gonna go down this way instead. All like 7 people. You know? Oh, there they go. Find a vantage point. Don't mind if I do. I assume he's on the boat. Like, why would he not be?
あの櫓を登れば敵陣を見渡せよ。
Which watchtower? One of those two. Okay. Oh, you're still not dead. Fine. Fine. There we go. A little bit of archery, a little bit of sniping. Yeah. I really don't need to... I don't really want to be seen right now, but maybe I can just kill both of them. You know? Oh yeah. Easy peasy. There we go.
Khotun.
Would you look at that?
この物語行くぞさあかかれ
あとは屋敷にたどり着くのみ。
Whoop. Hello. Two of them. I can get the chain assassinate. Oh, hello. Well, there's the Hwasha. Go into town. I'm just waiting for a couple of those guys to, turn around, get out of the way. I don't need that archer to aggro on me, particularly. See? There we go. Oh, wrong way. Ow. What? Nice popping, guys. Glad I reacted faster than you did somehow. Ow. Thank you. Full up on arrows, that's good. Hwasha's running through there. And I'd say it's time.
Mukuro だらけだ。己も志村もくだらなかったからな。
Yeah.
和平にも応じず、己は戦を選んだ。では、その報いは本土の民に受けてもらう。
この対馬からは出さんぞ。
The drama. What? Hi, did I change my stance correctly? Thank you.
対馬が己の墓場だ。
Ugh. Am I? I have more than 50% to kill you. I'm going to observe it. And Heavenly Strike is very good. Oh, that's a lot of poison. That's funny. Wait, what? That didn't kill? Alright. Only a coward would run like that. You're so right. You're so correct. Ah, shit, that's the wrong one. Ow. Strictly unnecessary. You don't even have a... You don't even have a health bar this time. Well, heck, Hello, please do it correctly. Kick, kick, kick. Smoke bomb! Oh, that's flaming. That's also not correct. I need that one into that one. Ow. Ow. You know what? Screw you. You know what I say? Screw your spear. Ow. See? You have 1 HP left. Does it matter? Yes, you'll do it again in 7 years. And it'll go worse. We did our due diligence. Surely this redeems at least half of our crimes. Anyway, no, you got to take the head with you. If you don't have a witness, you have to take the head with you. Shinsekai. Shinsekai, you are... I mean, the advantage of him not existing is he can be as unforgotten as you want. The important thing is we can't prove that we killed him, and thereby redeem ourselves and earn accolades from the Shogun. In like 6 months. After the news finally reaches Kamakura, and the bureaucracy gets sorted. Also, he took poison to the face. We should probably do something about that, you know? I'm just saying. So we've survived that. I do need to really badly use the restroom. So we will enter the last stages of the main story, hopefully, probably, after a very short break. So, I'll give you them. So that way you can enjoy them appropriately. And we'll be back very, very soon. So, get refreshes, stretch, don't go anywhere. You know, chat, I literally only just now realized that I forgot to turn on all of these lights and turn off my overhead light. And so I've been way brighter than normal the entire time. That's fun and exciting. How it took me 4 hours of being live to notice that, that was the case, I don't know, but don't judge me, okay? Just don't. It's fine. Anyway, we are in like the final act of this. Khotun is dead, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
奴らを追いやらねば誠の平和は戻らん。
猛虎が去ったらどうなるんだ？
また生きていくだけだ。
もう先のことも想像できないし、自分が誰かもわからなくなった。
お主は誠の勇士で誠の友だ。
野党だけどね。
それは過去だ。明日の己はお主が。
Well, when you become tomorrow, it's your choice, except for a certain Shimura, whose job is to investigate who did well and who did poorly during this whole endeavor, and hand out punishments accordingly.
叔父上が探しに来る。
いや、来ないよ。戦の後に使いが来たんだ。
No.
和睦の申し出か。
あんたに会いたいとさ、赤い葉が落ちるしんとした湖のそばで。
大巫女。よく稽古をつけてもらった地だ。
ついてこうか。
唯一の家族だ。一人で会わねば。
そうだね。タカを思うとまだ胸が痛む。
Yeah, it's been like 3 days.
髪についた煙の匂い。
Yeah.
ついつい笑う顔。酔いつぶれた姿さえ懐かしい。あいつは私のすべてだった。
Yeah.
だけどもう一人きりだ。
そうではない。俺がおる。
クロードは島のみんなのもんだろ。
Wow. How, kill the Khan and stop the Mongol invasion. You make it sound so easy. What a quiet, sensible, easy to accomplish. Boom. Though, there's apparently one spot we haven't found. I literally have no idea where this, like, one thing is. It says 14 of 15 liberated, and I do not know where number 15 is. I mean, there's only a couple of options, like, it's down here, over here. Yeah, that's about it. Because that's not big enough, that's not big enough. That's all fully explored. So, I guess let me quick see if I can find that one, because man, is that gonna bug me. And it lets us procrastinate! As we're entering the endgame here, I do just want to be able to take a chance to very briefly, Now that's a bear. That's not the same thing at all. I mean, I don't, like, there's nothing here, right? Oh well, we'll try. But I would just want to be able to sum up the thoughts on the game, as we are coming up on the end game. Right, obviously there's a lot to like about this game. Open world games are always a kind of difficult one, a mixed bag, just because there are so many things that they can let you do, so much player expression that they are interested in giving you, that it can be difficult in a historical setting to really feel like it gives a really cohesive narrative. Right? They're also constrained by the realities of trying to emulate real geography, and the fact that real geography rarely plays nice with narratives. And so the changes they've made are perfectly reasonable. And then, in order to accomplish the narrative flow that they want, without the restrictions of what they are needing real geography to do, like creating a choke point halfway through Tsushima. Totally reasonable, not a big deal. I completely understand why they did that. Because, man, any alternative would suck. They also, I think, do overall a really good job at making a lot of these spaces kind of, or a lot of the side activities, I should say, thematically cohesive. So, you know, working with Inari, everything with the onsens as max health, all of those. All of those are working really well, and they accomplish a lot good. Even spaces like this, as silly as it can be. What's up? Hello? Are we going to let me do the thing? Thank you. Very cool of you. So, right, most of the side activities I think work together pretty well, accomplish a lot good, and overall are kind of a credit to the game. From these spaces, implying activities, trying to help us envision a variety of cultures, and like thinking about what are some of the logistics and control that need to be established. There's also a lot that's, at least from a historical perspective, super dubious about this game. You know? Like, there's just a lot that... Oh, that sucks. I didn't do that. If anyone asks, that wasn't me. Okay? Hello? Ow, please don't. Hello? There we go. Now we've cleared everything out. The creators were at least very open about what fact? That this is not trying to be historically super duper close. But right, just in terms of understanding this as like a way to learn about either Mongolian culture, 13th century Japanese culture, or the events of the Mongol invasions, the game, from a historical perspective, kind of fails on all three fronts. Its understanding of Japanese culture is so heavily filtered by 20th century cinema that it can be very, very difficult to really conceptualize this as anything related to the 13th century. As we've seen repeatedly throughout here, the tactics look different, the what is and is not acceptable looks different. In basically every regard, this and the game have just very little in common. As accurate as we try to play, just no. Despite their efforts towards portraying Mongol culture through the artifacts, at best, these entries are reflective of early 13th century Mongolian culture and do not reflect the evolutions that were going on by the 1270s in Yuan China. Right? There clearly is an educational interest here, but it's like, it's for the wrong period and for a grand unified, this like peculiarly grand unified Mongol Empire, and not the splintered, rapidly adopting regional bureaucracies and cultural practices Mongol Empire that we are actually seeing by the end of this period. Why are there straw hats? Huh? Huh? Weirdos. So yeah. So there's a lot to like. I think they're open enough about their influences. We don't need to be too upset about that. But I think it is helpful to notice that like the Kyushu, right? If this game had been set on Kyushu instead of Tsushima, the narrative would in some important ways be closer to historical reality. If the game was set during the 1281 invasions instead of the 1274 invasions, it would in some ways be closer to historical reality. If the game wasn't really interested in telling this dispute of honor versus effectiveness, samurai versus ninja, the story that it's trying to tell with these characters, we would end up somewhere closer to historical reality. If we acknowledged the various ways that Goryo is involved beyond Hwachas, a tool that doesn't exist yet, we would end up closer to historical reality. And so there's just a lot of room for a more interesting exploration of the same time period. There's room for a more interesting understanding of Kurosawa, and there's room for a more interesting understanding of the historical time period than what we're actually seeing here, point A, point B, point C.
叔父上来ないかと疑った。
Oh, we changed our armor.
お話があります。力を合わせれば猛虎の残党を打ち払い、島を取り戻せましょう。お前の務めではない。堺家は武士の身分を失った。
Oh, oops.
この日をもってお前は武士ではありません。新たな武家が本土から使わされる。領地や屋敷も失われよう。故郷に別れを告げても。ついてまいれ。
You forgot to bring the heads. You forgot to bring the heads.
「変わらず地頭を務めるのですか。
さよう。本土の武士を鍛える任を授かったからな。
よかった。猛虎は日の本全土を奪うまで諦めません。
奴らとの戦に。
Yeah, sure. Totally.
この務めはお前と果たしたかった。父と子として。
それより5歳をめとって家族を作られては。
今さら。
Oh.
何を申す。
Oh.
ぬかるみにはまったようだ。
そこもと手を貸そう。
そんなめっそうもございません。
遠慮いたすな。
一人では動かせんぞ。
ありがとうございます。見た目より泥が深くて。
大きい荷だな。行き先は
上学へ。クロード様の税がいるので。
税がおるのか。
ご存じない。
Huh?
近々大風を味方に海を渡り、
Oh.
原国を焼き尽くすそうです。
Is that the
それは
news?
大層な話だ。
この荷はすべて食べ物です。せめてと思って。
まずは泥から出さねばな。
See.
このご恩は忘れません。
上学までの道のりは長い。ぬかるみに気をつけよ。猛虎にもな。
そうします。
Aw.
あやつの話を信じてはなりません。
今はよせ。ついてこい。
No, seriously though, I have no idea what he's talking about.
税などおりません。
日ごとにお前の大義に民が集まっておる。将軍様は案じておいでだ。このわしもな。
それは無用の思案かと。
新しい武家が来たら、
Uh-huh.
民は神戸を垂れるのだろうか。
Well, there's the question.
クロードの名のもと背を向けるのです。
さようなことはさせません。言って聞かせます。
お前が手本を見せたのだ。わしに背いたことで、民は主を裏切ることを学んでしまう。
And here we get to it.
お前もいつの日か背を刺されるとは思わんのか。さあ、馬を降りろ。ここからは歩く。
御意のままに。
Man, the narrative also is twisting itself into knots to highlight how hypocritical Lord Shimura is.
我が一族の墓所。
Right, that this is all about
高い家の先祖7代がここに眠っておる。お前の母もな。
父上も。
that this is completely and totally about control and authority and maintaining social hierarchy, even though he couches it in languages of duty and honor and protection. This is very, very, you know, late 19th century ideas of chivalry and therefore late 19th century ideas of Bushido. Because it's the same idea. And so, yeah. I mean, in practice, yes, but, like, people have raised worse rebellions and survived it, and... So, once again, though, we'll end up completely justified on Jin's behavior. Because... Well... Okay, we can go into exile.
私を切れと。
クロードは罪人だ。武士に逆らうよう民をそそのかし。
Minus the war crimes.
毒でか。もうこの手に渡ったのだぞ。
あのままでは民を犬死にさせていました。
誉れを捨てたな。
誉れが何だとおっしゃる。
We could go into exile. I hear the Southern Song need warriors right now.
残念だ。志村の家を途絶えさせるわけにはいかん。新たな子を迎える。
この首を土産に。
その首は我が戒めだ。これで最後になるな。
Oh.
いい日和だ。受け取れ。最後の言葉を。
Poetry! Finally!
承知しました。
Finally, we're writing a little bit of poetry about it. I wonder if the game actually is going to give you a meaningful choice here. I mean, the poetry is fine.
我が父と兄願わざる天命に今日を限りに消え果つるとは。
Can I at least commit seppuku? Like, can we make this seppuku instead of a dramatic duel? Like, we have the... This is the traditional way of doing things.
母も見ておるぞ。
はい、おじゅう。
We could. We have the power. I don't think it's gonna happen, but like we could.
鍛えてやる。
It would be an option.
坂井家でも古今無類の武者へとな。お前は我が子同然だ。どうする？
やります。
Yep. Okay, but again.
おじ上お許しください。
Like, am I allowed to lose? Am I allowed to just let this happen? No! I am not allowed to. I am not allowed to just lose. You understand how much better this would be if I could, though. You understand why that's a choice I wouldn't be able to make, right?
傷つけられた仮面は二度と戻らぬ。
私を切れば傷は増す一方。おじ上お許しください。私の過ちを正すおつもりか。
お前に恨みはない。これはわしへの戒めだ。
Really? Really?
誉れある最後を遂げたい。
Now I have to choose. What? What? Crazy. Crazy. Unhinged. Why would we do this? There's no reason for it to be like this. Neither of these are good. Neither of these are good. I do wonder if Yotei has a canon choice here, but, you know, sorry, if you want a warrior's death, I can leave you a Tanto. You can commit seppuku about it. That's a warrior's death. I'm sure the Shogun will honor you appropriately. You'll get one of those nice monuments, those pillars of honor, with a cool weapon skin. Yeah, they'll raise one of those right here. But I'm not going to be the one to do it. If I had a choice to lose the fight, I would have made that choice. But... well, yeah, but... because killing you is going to solve that? Killing you is going to solve this problem how? Why are we... No, this is not the choice. This is not the play. Jin. Mono no Awara. Okay, game? Game, I'm sure the song's beautiful. It is gonna get the VOD copyright claimed. Almost certainly. And you're not gonna give me a chance to pause it, are you? So, you need to let me get into... I can't just turn it off! I can't streamer mode, or do anything! So we'll just have to deal with it being loud. Jin is confused by the narrative choices, so he chose to order form and leave? Yeah, that seems to be it. That seems to be about it. Which is, kinda crazy. Kinda unwell. No, game good. Like, what can I say? The game is obviously very, very good. Right, and I just... yeah, it would be a more interesting narrative choice to give you the option of kind of doing the one thing that is supposed to redeem even outlaws and traitors and prove your honor. Even if it makes you very uncomfortable. Versus, yeah, you must prove that you're a better warrior than your uncle, and then you must do that aura farm randomly. So give it 3 endings instead of 2, basically. Like, in either solution, right? The thing is, in either universe, killing Shimura or not, it's not like this will redeem Sakai, right? Like, Jin is an outlaw regardless of what he does. So, it's not like this choice actually is difficult. It's just, do you think your uncle... like, he's a little bit dumb. My uncle is a little bit dumb. A lot of bit, forward-thinking, progressive 19th century peak. But he's not... he's not a bad guy. And I do not insist on that as an outcome. So we're gonna go to Iki, where no one will be able to find us. I also recommend going to Hokkaido, on the grounds that Hokkaido in the 13th century is not part of the Japanese Empire. Right? We could flee to Okinawa. We could flee to... Well, Iki's a bit spicy. We could flee to Goryeo. We could flee to Hokkaido. We could flee to the Philippines. We've got so many options that are basically completely out of reach of the shogunate. And we're just gonna, like, not do those. And so I will be very, very, very interested to see how, Ghost of Yotei engages with Jin's legacy. Because I think that would be, you know, interesting. I think there would be interesting options there. You could be like, oh wow, the 400 years of everything getting worse. Okay, 320 years of everything getting worse has given us a new appreciation for how forward-thinking and progressive Jin Sakai was. They could also be like, yeah, that man's a traitor. We should not emulate him. But, right, Ghost of Yotei will be interesting just because the state of Japan is so different, and the engagement of Shinobi no Mono, right, scouting things, traversing castle walls, setting fires, committing assassinations, stealing banners. All of these things are all completely normalized by the 1590s. And so they're a standard part of tactics. And so I'm curious how they'll try and justify this as being, like, whether they're going to try and justify it as being in some way unique or weird or out there, or if they're just gonna go, you know, we're just engaging in perfectly well-known tactics, also embrace the way of the god. Or are they going to lean into more, like, even more aggressively into ninja tropes? I mean, they already lean pretty aggressively into ninja tropes. But they could lean really aggressively into ninja tropes here if they wanted to. So, we'll get to it soon, because there isn't media in between point A and point B. So, next thing in the Year of the Weeb, not only are we a ninja TM in all but name, we are the inventor of the ninja in all but name. Which is a wild take, by the way. A deeply unhinged take to claim that the Mongol invasions of Japan lead to the creation of the ninja. Not how that works. Let's not pretend that that's how that works. Or anything like that. But yeah, I think it'll be super interesting to see how Yotei is different. Hopefully Yotei being on a much larger island does not, cause problems. But, the next thing in the Year of the Weeb, which is definitely just 1 year, trust, definitely hasn't been going for 2.5 already, will be another PowerPoint. Because we need to get from now, right around 1300, the height of the Kamakura period, all the way through to the Sengoku Jidai, and figure out where things went wrong, that this super promising, just finally stabilizing military dictatorship dissolved completely into regional warlords duking it out for supremacy. I mean, that's what's gonna happen. That's where we're at. But, I'll be really curious to see... Right, we need to actually trace that descent into madness. It has dual wielding and you play hip-hop for a good Samurai Champloo experience. Now, see, having Samurai Champloo and Golden Kamuy references is kind of huge of them. That's good fun right there. I enjoy that deeply. So, good for them. Yeah, you wonder if they're gonna go with historically accurate ninja or common media perception ninja. Well, there is no such thing as a historically accurate ninja, Dreaming of Infinity. So... You wanna know who, one of the most important people to do Shinobi no Mono? Right. Shinobi sneaky things was? This is one of my favorite fun facts. Early on in his career, under command of a certain Oda Nobunaga, an aspiring young retainer was assigned to a scouting expedition to capture an enemy fortress. That aspiring young retainer's name? Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Okay, well, it's not Toyotomi Hideyoshi yet, but is the future Toyotomi Hideyoshi. So, you know, Mr. Sun Hat himself, Hideyoshi, is apparently a ninja. You heard it here last! So, but right, I mean, that's indicative, right? Scouts and spies are so different from everything we can see of us as ninja that any sneaky work in the Sengoku Jidai is not going to be recognizable as historically accurate ninjas. By 1650, we have the popular image of a ninja, thanks to Hattori Hanzo's grandkids. But, you know, has very little to do with the historical reality. Yeah. How many times have we done stuff? You're so right. It's nice of us to be writing on tied bundled sheets of paper. Hang on. So many. So many things. So many. So many things. Oh, thank you. Yes, she exploited it. So many stories. Look at the bug in there. So many bugs. Ryuzo. We're acting so dramatic about it. Yeah. Yep. You sure did. No. That's fine. Like, we can have... Fascinating. Well, we end up with this very lovely, lovely spot. With very lovely things. And our little tiny ramshackle hut. I like that we're not even leaving. I love it. What do you mean? Huh?
猛虎を退けるのも手早く済むだろうからな。
また会おう。それまで達者で。
ああ。達者でな。
Huh? What do you mean? Where do you think that there are things left to do? Like, I guess it's just, we're supposed to, finish everything. Finish whatever is left, replay what we want to replay. Oh no, we're just gonna keep doing stuff. Well, you know, fair play. New Game Plus unlocked. But you know, fair play, because we got one important thing left to do in this game. Next weekend. And that is get on that boat. Which I'm sure is going to be just fine. And will not have no takes whatsoever for us to worry about. So, I think that's a problem for us next time. Like, well, this is a fantastic place for us to wrap up. It worked perfectly. I'm so glad we were able to get through exactly as much as I wanted to. In a reasonable amount of time at that. So, thank you all so much for humoring this bonus stream. I know it was a little bit quieter, but that was so lovely to see so many regulars around. We will be back on Saturday for the Iki DLC. And I will try and brush up a little bit on Mongolian folklore and religious practice before then. So that we can adequately be appalled at what we're looking at. So, I hope y'all have a lovely rest of your weeks. Just a few days until I see you again, so stay well, stay cozy. And yeah, I will see you all real soon. Bye-bye. Special thanks, of course, to our patrons who are on the side of the screen over there. There's a lot of you, and so your names are now very small, but I appreciate every one of you as well. You can check the description of the VOD for information on that, or you can click on the link in chat right now. Thank you also to Ghostface Plays for the follow, and to Zep on YouTube and Alex Supreme over on Twitch for the subs, Darth Zerks for the tiny cheer earlier in the day. It was super lovely to have all of you. Have a good rest of your weeks, everyone. Bye-bye.